2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing, as always, 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be having today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, most important question, how are you doing? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. It's rut energy. 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 It is rut energy. Okay? And the reason I'm going to keep on saying that is at this moment, I do not want you internalizing an external problem. We have got the planets right now are in a space that can feel very, very, very oppositional to the self and the direction of the self. I'm going to keep on saying this until we're out of it. I know we're not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle. All the astrologers, don't come at me right now. I know astrologically we are not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle. Energetically, though, it feels very similar, and in fact, potentially a little bit even more difficult than a typical Venus in retrograde cycle would affect us. Why? Because the thing with Venus in retrograde cycles is they distort our ability to perceive the self. That's why you sometimes hear people saying, like, don't get any like beauty things done. It's not because like suddenly nobody knows how to do anything right beauty-wise during a Venus in retrograde cycle. It's because you're not seeing things clearly. I like to describe it as like the mirror of the self gets fogged up during Venus in retrograde cycles. Now, as I mentioned, we're not technically going through one right now. But when we look at the planets and we feel into this energy, very, very similar. And I'm going to explain to you why. Okay, we've got Jupiter that is retrograding in Cancer. Now, Jupiter is about the external self, right? It's the outside. Cancer is the journey of working on the ego that matches the external self. It's the inside that matches the outside. And we talk a lot about here about the disproportion or like when you talk about going through like egoic cracking, when you go through those moments that we talk through, like in the space or the place by which we navigate, the place by which we feel like we have an energetic ego death, like this is what we effectively articulate upon, right? It's not the idea of effectively shedding the ego entirely. Like you can't do that, right? Because, and we learn this from a lot of the journey that we see with Cancerian cycles. You have to think of it a lot like a crab shell. What happens when a crab moves out of its shell? It doesn't run around naked for the rest of its existence. There's another shell beneath it. So the understanding that when we conceive or when we perceive of the ego in this way, right, we don't try to get rid of it. It's important, right? It protects the soul. It's necessary. But being able to have one that feels like it's in harmony with what's within it helps us move towards not just a healthy space within, but also helps us build into the relationships without. So we're going through that Venus in retrograde. Well, I mean, I did see what I did. We're going through that Jupiter in Cancer energy, which is, again, working through the vulnerability that is necessary to come towards a deeper understanding of the self. Now, in the same proportion that we're navigating that, we've also got Uranus that is retrograding in Taurus. And what does Uranus retrograding in Taurus do? Uranus retrograding in Taurus feels like those situations or circumstances that feel like they impinge the self, right? They feel like they slow the self down. It's working into the context, and it's having to do with the fact that Taurus is a very heavy energy. And Uranus is about navigating that point of change. It's all about transformation. So what do we have happening there? We've got the struggle of transformation that feels like it's being impeded or hindered by the navigation of situations and circumstances that require time, effort, energy, and effort, right? It's building into the resiliency that is potentially required in the context of being able to recognize the changes that we're working upon within the self. And to add, right? To add to all, and that's just the external part. To add to that, we also have, right, and we can see a very similar energy that is being repeated. But down, if you move down to where Venus is right now, where do we find Venus? Venus is in Capricorn, tucked squarely between Mercury behind it and Mars before it. It would be easier right now if Mercury was ahead and Mars was behind. It would feel like a little bit of that energetic push, but it's feeling that is literally the same conversation, the same planetary conversation in working through. When you're looking at the self, you have to be proportional because you often feel like you're not where you want to be. But that is often the energy that you need to bring to a situation in order to energetically get there. So if you're feeling that right now, I want you to make sure that you're navigating it with a sense of proportionality. You're not allowing external factors to over-internalize upon them, and you're utilizing healthy communication to be able to facilitate upon pathwork of progress. It's not that you can't do something in this energy. This energy is beautiful in relationality to making plans, talking about things that one is deeply energetically invested in, right? Being able to put your heart towards things. What you want to avoid, right? What you want to energetically avoid are spaces or places by which you're leading with the emotions, but not having directions attached to them. Because emotions, and it's a conversation that we've been seeing throughout this entire moon cycle, particularly in the space of relationships, the understanding that emotions can either fortify things or they can energetically break them, depending on the way that we are able to attach directions to them. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. We're going to start first by talking about a lot of those energies that we recognize and identify that we're in solitude right now. This is a transitional time. We see a lot of those moon relationships shifting deeper into partnership. And when I speak about moon relationships, I'm speaking specifically upon the relationships that were coming together between the time that Uranus stationed retrograde, which was happening in the fall, up until the present. These relationships, for either the work on the self or the work in coming into partnership, are built upon and based upon the refinement of the emotions. That the gift in knowing the self is the greatest gift that one can bring to relationship, because it doesn't require the space by which the relationship is utilized as a vector to be able to define the self, but one feels like one arrives to it. Now, we've got 3 different modalities that we see that are occurring right now for energy that is in or was in solitude. We either have energy that is continuing in solitude right now, working upon the space of understanding the emotions, but not just for the sake of the self, understanding that that is work that they are doing for healthy counterpart connection, the ability to effectively define and articulate upon those emotions that allow us to arrive to something better. And so this is a lot of the conversation that we see, that is the understanding that it is not self-centered to be centered in self. And in fact, the work that we do to be centered within self is the context by which we know ourselves, so that when we arrive to relationship, we know how to see it. We know what is for us. We know what is ideal, and we know what is not for us. So for a lot of those relationships, for a lot of that relationship to the self-work that we're seeing right now, it is requiring the patience that is necessary in order to facilitate upon that. But what we see is beautiful is it's almost like the energy that's doing the work for 2, because they understand that it's a gift that they're giving themselves that is going to return back in dividends when they come into that healthy counterpart connection. While we see even now that there are relationships that are moving deeper into divine union, and what are the characteristics of a lot of those relationships right now? The understanding that the work that we do on the self allows for the context of a healthy relationship to occur. Because what happens in the context of a healthy relationship? They're emotional refinement centers. They're the modality by which we don't bring our emotions to a relationship that are complicated. Because if you bring messy feelings into a relationship, right, the relationship will feel messy. But when you're doing the work to understand the messy emotions, the things that feel like they create the complications, then even in the context by which you're working through things, it feels like an energetic blessing. It feels like something that leads us to a more productive space. And so that's why we see that, and I need to stress this, the characteristic of these relationships that are coming together right now, they went through all of that jumble. They had to go through all of that. They've been coming together for a significant period of time. The time that they were coming into relationship was all during that retrograde cycle, working through those modalities or experiences of having to navigate. And I'll tell you right now, a lot of that retrograde cycle was circumstances and we can expect this with Chiron and Eris that were in retrograde in such close proximity to one another, having to navigate situations that were entirely coincidental, but felt very, very similar or akin to something that happened to them in a past experience that was very intentional. So we see that the ability of not effectively projecting on each other in the midst of projection central. These are relationships that are moving through that and feeling that sense of reliability upon each other because they recognize the gift of the peace that they bring to one another. We also see that there may be some separations that are occurring during this time. And I'll tell you right now the context by which those separations are occurring. The understanding. And we keep having this lesson come up every time Saturn and Neptune start pushing back out of Pisces into Aries, because we've had this happen before. Because every time these planets retrograde, whoop, they cross right back into Pisces. It's been like a little yo-yo that we've had to go through. Every time that happens and moves back through, everybody gets a maturation cycle. It's the understanding. Feelings don't fix things. You can't bring feelings to something with the expectation that they'll fix things. The only way that feelings fix things is if they have healthy directions attached to them. Because if not, if you come back to a situation with your feelings, but there's no directions, it feels like it adds a complication. So we see that there may be some energy that has been healing, literally been in a space of healing from the time of Uranus retrograde, which is over in the fall, and coming into this time where only now potentially someone who had to move away from a relationship because the feelings got too intense and they said that they needed to deal with them, coming back and saying, I'm ready for the relationship again, failing to recognize that relationships are emotional refinement centers. We don't move away from them to work through our feelings. We will move deeper into them to be able to work through them together. So there could be a lot of explanation that another person is trying to articulate to them, that while they may recognize that the feelings are there, right, and the feelings are real, that feelings are not enough to heal relationships. We have to do the work of healing ourselves, because if not, the same situation is just going to happen, because as they move deeper into relationship, what's going to happen? The feelings are going to intensify and someone's going to run away from the intense feelings again. Some energy right now going through all of that at the same time. We are also seeing right now moving towards the energy that is the temperance partnerships. And these are specifically the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde, which was in the fall, up until the time of the solstice period this summer. These relationships are potentially feeling the full weight of this. I want to call it like a pseudo Venus in retrograde cycle. That's kind of the best way I'm going to describe it, which again, I'm going to say it. Don't come at me, astrologers. No, I'm not saying that there's a Venus in retrograde, but if you want to duplicate a Venus in retrograde, just stick that Venus right with Mercury behind it and Mars before it, right? The feeling of frustration and relationality to seeing clearly where you want to be and not feeling like you're energetically there. Right? Feeling a lot of that, like it's that mire energy, right? It's like feeling like it's all the muck and the mire of the self and relationality trying to get to where you're trying to go. And so what do we see for that's happening right now with healthy counterpart energy? And this is either working through the false projection of the self towards the self, or because this is kind of projection central, this could even be feeling like you're navigating another person's misconception of you. And what do we see that healthy counterpart connection is helping to navigate with counterpart? The understanding and the recognition that the only projections that we deal with are the ones that have a grain of truth in them, right? The only thing, and this is what we talk about, like the modality by which another person's projections affect us is whether it feels like it has a grain of truth to it, right? The modality by which we work to resolve something within ourselves. And I keep on seeing like that modality or that experience working through something in such a way that one is able to articulate or define the feelings that one holds towards something. We keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work or facilitating upon that path work, it's not easy. It's frustrating. It's doubting the self. It's getting hard on the self. It's questioning oneself. But this is the energy of the counterpart that articulates that these are all the things we do when we're headed in the right direction because it means our intentions are true. So again, it's just kind of what we have to navigate as we move deeper into connection. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union right now. And these are those magician partnerships that were coming together between the time of the solstice period that we experienced this summer up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. These relationships I keep on getting are actively wound tending. And the reason I keep on seeing that these are the relationships that are actively wound tending right now is working through the modality or experience by which they're understanding that they've never been more centered in partnership, recognizing and feeling the valuation of understanding the positive changes that they see within the self and congratulating the self upon them and feeling the celebration from some energy in relationality to the healthy direction that they're moving in accordance towards those manifestation goals. If these are modalities or experiences by which energy outside of relationship is projecting something onto them, right? The understanding that when we're in a healthy space, like the identification of working through something and seeing what feels like it's energetically beneficial to the self, something that feels like it's in accordance to the positive direction that we know that we need to move towards. A lot of this energy is working through those modalities or experiences, navigating and articulating their feelings as it relates to situations outside of relationship that they wish that they could resolve, but they recognize is not in their energetic power to do so, particularly and especially if the only harm they see that they feel that they're bringing to a relationship is the fact that they're making healthier choices. They could potentially feel like they're in a catch-22, right? How could you make an unhealthy choice in order to facilitate a relationship? So that's why we see that for a lot of those relationships, finding that catharsis, being able to understand and sort through that feeling, it's not that it doesn't hurt, but it helps them see and understand the full capacity of what it is that they're working to heal from. And it's taking time and they're being energetically patient with one another. They could be in the modality too that they're working upon facilitating healthy connection, because even in the experience by which we identify and see that they're doing that work, that ability of feeling energetically stabilized as they continue to articulate upon their feelings, I keep on getting that this is a time of new energetic connections, catharsis, and energetic support towards one another. Now that's where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn very more about a very special retreat that we will be hosting this August. Please be welcome. I would like to invite you to personally join me August 8th through 13th as we will be taking a retreat that will move us towards the space by which the tarot was initially discovered, to learn about the tarot more and to also understand the culture by which the tarot was able to find a home to thrive. I'd like to invite you to join me on a tour of Florence, Tuscany, and Rome, where not only everybody there will be able to have one-on-one lessons with me in relationality to the tarot, but I will also be offering a free mentorship class to anybody who registers for that retreat to be able to understand your personal tarot journey and helping you to find what you need in order to get to where you're aspiring to go with the tarot. That also, there is a very special discount that is being utilized right now for that retreat. If you were to sign up soon, you will also be receiving a $200 discount, so make sure that you're doing so sooner rather than later if you'd like to secure that spot. I also want to invite you over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be happening next week. I would like to encourage you to join us on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the world card. You can go, if you head over to my stack, all you need to do if you'd like to join that class is to become a paid subscriber. Your monthly subscription to my stack will be your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary you also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we have learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. You'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. And you'll also have access to my mystic meditation articles, which let you know what we've been experiencing energetically from the perspective of the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon in Cancer that we're still coming out of. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages, which is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount. And I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretations, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit, as well as love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, go ahead and put it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Donna? Good to see you today. And Bridget, good to see you as well. Grand Rising Selena, welcome, dear. And Tia, thank you for joining us as well. How are you doing? A 4. Sending you so much support today, Bridget. We're going to try to get that up. I think I have a 3rd eye cold. Oh my gosh, I love that. I think I have a 3rd eye cold. I've never heard that before, but I'm living for it, Selena. So good to see you today. KB, thank you so much for the follow. Selena, 8 days into January, and I'm over it. It's requiring resilience right now. We gotta be patient with ourselves. We gotta move. We just gotta move patiently. Don't be too hard on yourself right now. We're all feeling it. We're going through a Venus in the washing machine cycle. I I like that. Venus in the washing machine. Emotionally, everything feels heavy, which is crazy because December was physically heavy. I know. I think it's going to be easier when Mercury moves out from behind Venus. You know, it's all of these planets in Capricorn right now. Jen, yes, you can absolutely get back on the list. Let me just confirm. Thank you for coming back, dear. Good to see you. Let me just see. I've got you right here. Excellent. You are going to be the second person read for today. And so if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list we have is Yeveline. If I'm saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. And Jen. If anybody else wants to get on right now, you'll be the third person read for. And thank you as well, Viz. Thank you for the follow. Drew, thank you for sharing the live. Dorinda, thank you as well. Welcome from New Zealand, Ihaka. Disclaimer, just because astrologers don't come at me. But will I get there? You will get there, Bridget. Right? Patience makes it perfect. That's what I'm getting right now. Patience makes perfect. This man is projecting his throat chakra on me. Oh, sweet. But listen, observation is recognizing the problem is half the battle. Okay. Recognizing the problem is half the battle. That's what I'm going to tell you right now, Selena. Yeveline, it's 3 cards for 29, but you'll actually be having an additional card because you are the first one on the list today. And thank you for that follow. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. And Angela, thank you for the follow as well. I'm sorry, I didn't ask. You can, no. Yeah, you can absolutely change it. And so here's the way it's going to work, Yeveline. We're going to be doing the free collective read first. So once we finish the free collective read, we'll be doing your question. So you have time to form your question. And again, if you have information that you feel is necessary for our reading, it can either be inside tea or outside tea. You can post it in the notes in the donation, or you can send it. Well, if you become a subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel. So, and anybody who is a subscriber always receives an additional free card as well each day. And thank you, Angela, for those gifts. I appreciate you. Grand Rising, dear. You are the 105th fan in the fan club. Hi there, Tia. Welcome. Hi there, Lynn. Welcome. Good to see you. And thank you for sharing the live and reposting. Always appreciate when you guys share. I'm sorry I had to ask. No, you can absolutely change it, dear. Yep, no problem. Dorinda, your lives are always like the news. They help me so much with self-awareness. That's such a high compliment for me. I'm so glad that there's something here that helps you through your day. And thank you for being a part of this collective. And thank you as well, Selena. My thing is, why do I have to feel hold on a minute. I'm just reading over Selena. My thing is, why do I have to feel it in my throat if he wants to talk? The floor is open. Well, we can do a reading on it, right? We can do a reading on it, on why you're feeling it through your throat chakra. I already got some impressions as to why that's coming up. We're gonna get to it. We are gonna get started. Adam, good to see you, dear. So again, Yeveline, as I mentioned, we're gonna be doing the free collective first. So if you can just hold your question, and when we're ready to do the reading, I will let you know. Okay? Absolutely. I'll also point out the modality, like we can definitely answer that question. The tarot is much better akin to understanding the why. It's not so much like affirmation or negation. It's understanding what one needs to do in order to energetically get there. Yep. No, you have nothing to apologize for, dear. Absolutely not. And again, as I mentioned, you'll have time to frame your question because we're going to get started on the free collective momentarily. In the meantime, just a reminder to anybody who's joining us, if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, that spot is being held by Bridget, my dear. Congratulations, and I hope wishing you luck in securing that. You're at 116. We'll also be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 3.9K, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Also, if you are on the hold list, if you have a reading that is held that you would like to be added back to the list today, please let me know your name and the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back. That said, before we get started, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again. We'll do that again after the next reading. I know it's a year of the horse, but you know, we're doing intuition checks here. We're doing intuition checks. My friends, just a reminder too, if you just became a super fan and would like to get added to our super fan only disco channel, all you need to do is message me directly from the live. If you message me directly from this live with a disco GIF, I'll be happy to send you the invite code to the disco channel. If in the disco channels, in the perk section of the disco channel, you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount to that class that I mentioned. If you are not a super fan and would still like a code, I have a special coupon code that is only for this live. So message me the word class. I'll be happy to send it to you. And if you would like to learn more about the trip that we have planned in August, message me the word trip. Dorinda, thank you so much for the follow. Selena, I got myself some Moldavite. I debated it for 3 years, and I finally feel ready. How's it treating you? How's it treating you? Have you seen my videos on it? Mine's been a little bit. I'm not even gonna like. Mine's settled down. It's been like, it goes back and forth. It's a very, very active stone. So I'm very curious to see how it affects you, or how you navigate utilizing it. Sassy, thank you so much for the follow as well. As I mentioned, friends, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure it hasn't come in yet. I'll tell you, want to hear a funny story? This is how wild Moldavite is. I had to order Moldavite twice before I received any of it. Literally, the first one completely lost in the mail. When I talk about it, it was like and when I tell you the amount of people we had looking for that, it literally, it was like it disappeared. Like they could not even explain what happened to the package. Like I was talking to them, they're like, it's literally just, whoop, it blipped out of existence. I did eventually get it, but I just thought it was very, very ironic, given the fact that the stone itself is like, I'm like, that's the kind of stuff that you can expect with a stone like that. I'm not saying that yours will be, but it's like, it's a lot of the kind, it's like expect the unexpected kind of energy is the best way I can describe it. Absolutely. You're kidding. Oh my gosh. Speaking of it, oh my goodness, your mom found the evil eye bracelet that was missing, and it wasn't, where was it? And it wasn't broken. Where was it? I am all ears for this. Oh my gosh, I need to hear this. Where was it? Oh, that's wild. Well, I'm very happy to hear that. You had to go on a little trip. But that seems wild, because how could they have not seen it? Huh. Look at that. That is wild. Well, I'm very glad to hear that you found it. I don't want to say I'm surprised. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. As I mentioned, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And also, to just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has binks in it in my bio. Okay. Oh, it's so dainty. Interesting. Interesting. All right. That said, my friends, no better time than the present. It's coming in on Tuesday. Oh my gosh, I want a full report, Selena. You should join the disco channel. If you become a subscriber, you should go in the disco channel. We have a crystal section where you can chart your journey on it. Hard to see. I'm totally surprised she found it. No, that's wild. All right, my friends. But like, like that's the thing. I don't know if I told you, my son found a ring that I had missing for like 2 weeks, and they found it outside. Like it was wild. Like knock me over with a feather kind of energy, All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we're about to get started. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Anybody who's on the list, we will be reading for you as soon as we complete the daily collective. I'm confused if my relationship is moon or temperance. It might be somewhere in between, Selena, but again, a reading we can usually try to discern. If you're feeling energetically connected to both of those messages, you could be resting somewhere between the two zones. And Kay Majesty, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate you. I know. You should put the whole backstory over on the disco, Bridget. All right, my friends. And good to see you today, Yaz. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. That said, my friends, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Just bear with me a moment. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, January 8th, 2026. We will be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. We are going to be starting right now with Headspace of masculine. We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I get 3 cards to clarify? Oh, we got 4 cards. All right, there's a lot going on there. We're going to get to it. 4 cards. We've got, first and foremost, 10 of Swords in its upright. Emperor card in its upright. 8 of Wands in its reversal. And the Magician card in its upright. Let's talk a little bit about this energy right now. So I feel like what we're identifying here, and we got to talk about the fact that there are additional cards that came out, and I'm feeling a lot of the approximation that's coming through right now in the association of the Emperor with the 8 of Wands in its reversal. And it's speaking to us a lot about the understanding of what it means to be energetically, I keep on hearing the same, protected versus protective, protected versus protective, right? Because the modality by which we energetically work to heal ourselves is the space by which, the context by which we work to effectively identify and articulate the energy that feels supportive, right? It's the modality that we bring to situations that allow us to effectively identify that the gift that we give to each other is the protectiveness that we hold each other towards. And so I see that there's a lot of this masculine energy that is working through the capacity or the modality of navigating the space of the emotionality of the egoic self. And this is all we can expect. Like these cards here are a perfect encapsulation of what we see that is occurring with a Jupiter retrograding in Cancer energy, right? And I'm going to bring you back to the understanding and the study. Like we can learn a lot about a healthy ego by studying the crab, right? The modality by which we recognize and identify. And this is why I love the work that we can do on the ego when we're going through Cancerian lessons, because Cancerian lessons are all about understanding. Our job is not to get rid of the ego entirely. There's no modality by which we can sweep the ego away, right? If there's no modality by which we can sweep the ego away, because here's the thing about the ego, it clings. You get rid of it, there's another one underneath it. And it's supposed to be there, right? It's the protective mechanism of the soul, right? And when we think about it like that, right? When we think about the idea that when you think of the soul as a nucleus, right? And then you think of the ego as the protective shell, right? The shell that effectively protects the inner self, then it's not about getting rid of it entirely, but it's understanding that having one that one is energetically proud of. And how does one articulate upon an ego that one feels proud of? It reflects very much what's within it, right? Like it's streamlined. The streamlined ego is one that feels like it is a perfect fit to effectively hold or house what exists within it. So when we think of it like that, and what's beautiful about that is, and we can often identify the qualities and characteristics of a healthy ego, is something that is energetically streamlined to accommodate the thing within it, right? The transparency. Like, what is a transparent ego? It's an ego that doesn't have, right? The transparent ego doesn't have any external, like extra stuff on it, right? It's the space by which our energetic intentions are pure, and the purity of that intention that we bring towards things allows for the energetic beauty of ourself to be experienced and expressed from all of us, all of those around the self, but at the same time being energetically protective, being able to act as shield, right? Being able to act as shield when necessary, right? When necessary. So we see that that's a lot of the work that is being articulated and identified in relationality and in proportionality to what we see that the work of the masculine is doing right now. And I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy working through, and this is what's so hard about that journey, right? What is the first thing you'll encounter when you're working to heal your egoic self? The past self, potentially, right? The past self that was operating more from the space of the ego. And so that's often, and so this is what we talk about. And that's why there's been a lot of that context that's been coming through in relationality to understanding the true nature of forgiveness, right? And this is why we talk about forgiveness isn't about letting go of things, right? Letting go of things is lenience. Forgiveness is being able to effectively understand what it is that we're working to do, right? That's the four, like the ability to look upon something, to identify what it is that we want to do in a better way, and then applying that force of intention forward for to give the opportunity to the future, give of doing something energetically better. So I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy of masculine working through the pathwork of saying, in order to be able to be my best self, I have to start working to learn to forgive the past person that thought that they knew everything, because that's literally the context of inner child healing. It's not easy. And even in the modality, and that's why we understand that that doesn't mean letting things go, right? That is allowing the context of taking energetic responsibility for that energetic person. That's why we call it that's why we call it inner child healing, because when you take responsibility for that person that you were before you realize that you didn't know everything, then you become the energetic parent in the future for the past version of self. This brings us to the feminine energy. And for feminine right now, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards to clarify, please. We've got here the 8 of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Star card in its upright. And we also have here the Temperance card. The Empress card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're effectively seeing here, because this is a lot of the feminine energy working through the context of actually understanding what forgiveness means. And I keep on hearing this is feminine energy learning the difference between leniency and forgiveness, right? Because this is potentially the understanding that when we come into the context of confusing forgiveness for leniency, it's the modality by which we understand we are not in the job. That there's often those who say that they want you to forgive, but what they're really asking you to do is let go. And this is why forgiving and letting go are not the same thing. There's no context by which forgiveness is letting go of things. Forgiveness is a two-handed act. And the reason that we see forgiveness is a two-handed act, that's why there's 2 different words in the description of the word forgiveness, right? The modality by which one is able to be energetically accountable for something is the context by which they can put a different energy into it going forward. So the modality by which we understand and recognize that forgiveness is a 2-part system, right? It requires It requires the effort and energy of another to be able to apply that force of intention towards things in order to facilitate the space by which they desire to do something better, right? This is a lot of the feminine energy that is recognizing that our empathy often can cloud our the intentions of others, right? And this is why we work to heal, right? This is what we talk about as it relates to being overly, and I know that this is going to sound a little bit triggering, but the space by which we identify the failure point in being overly empathic, right? The modality by which we understand the energetic context by which another person desires to change. But this is why we understand desire is not enough, right? You can spend your whole life desiring to do something, but never energetically do it. The space by which we apply our desire towards what it is that we're trying to do becomes the energetic fire of the self, right? It's the desire that is made energetically manifest in the space by which we move towards it. And so that's a lot of the energy that is building into, and I keep on getting this. This is a lot of feminine energy that is getting over the space of them moving with intention and another person trying to articulate that they're being energetically pushy, right? Because a lot of this, I keep on hearing, pushing in the best way possible is literally the sound of progress. So the modality by which we are effectively energetically invested in our progress, right? The modality by which we articulate it, it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. If the amount that we're energetically pushing upon something is something that we would eagerly give another, then there's nothing about it that's energetically selfish. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy of the feminine that's healing from this. I keep on hearing healing from another's false perception of what they aspire feminine to be, which is the modality of expecting that the perfect form of feminine is someone who is I keep hearing someone who is forgetful of the past and incredibly forgiving in the present is somebody who doesn't have any context of self at all, right? That is the song of self-erasure. And this is the feminine that is potentially looking towards others' ideals of what feminine energy is and saying, are you looking for an ideal feminine that is forgetful and forgiving? Because that's a non-entity. Like that is literally the space by which you're idealing that your perfect form of feminine is a non-entity. The modality by which you say, yes, I just want a feminine that is absolutely forgetful, that constantly is in the space of perpetually letting go of the past while also being in the space of allowing for energetically everything. That is literally the feminine saying, you don't want a real person. That is not a real person because you're literally looking for the space by which it's just the non-entity. And so that's a lot of the feminine that is articulating their energetic hostility of moving towards situations by which the more that they felt that they were their self, the less they felt they energetically fit in. And the recognition of the feminine forgiving themselves for not fitting into spaces that were demanding or requiring that they maintain the modality of being an energetic non-entity. Right? So this is a lot of the feminine that's working into that. And this is why we talk about our standards are so necessary. Your standards will keep you out of rooms you should never be in the first place. Your standards will keep you out of rooms you should never be in the first place. Because as long as your standards are not trauma in disguise, as long as your standards are not your trauma decorating themselves as a standard, and the way that you can usually identify and articulate and tell that is the modality by which you can explain that one has a standard. We see that for a lot of the energy, having those conversations, potentially building into healthy relationship that loves someone just the way that they are, right? Allows someone to become the person that they aspire to be. And that's the energy that works through. And this is why we talk about the first step of healthy healing is love of the self. Because as soon as you start to love yourself, then you're able to see yourself. And you can start to recognize what is something that you yourself need to work upon, right? What's a you problem? Because we all got those, right? We've all got those you problems. We've all got them. We've all got them. And if you don't think you have one, then you are the energetic problem. Okay, we'll say this. I will say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. We all have our energetic problems. If you don't think that you have your energetic problems, then I'm afraid to tell you, I hate to tell you, then you are the energetic problem. Okay. But the modality by which we recognize what an inside problem is, yes, that's something I need to work on. I'm not great at that. Yep, that's a me thing. Versus an outside is how we're able to energetically facilitate upon it. Now, continuing, moving towards non-binary energy, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the non-binary headspace right now. 3 cards, please. We've got here the 5 of Swords in its upright. We've got the 9 of Cups in its upright, and we have the 4 of Wands in its upright. I like to, this is nice. This is nice. This is raise the roof energy right here. Because and I want to describe, there's something about this. There's something about this that I'm seeing with non-binary energy, which is understanding the power of our joy. Right? Why do we talk about the power of our joy? Because the power of our joy is the power of possibility. The modality and the experience by which we bring joy into things is the space by which, like, that is its own, like, that is its own gift, right? And I keep on seeing, like, there's something about that energy, and I want to describe it here. That energy doing the work in terms of, and this is why we talk about the gift, and it feels very Leonine. It feels very Leo. I don't know if what's in Leo right now. I don't think there's anything in Leo. I have to investigate it because it does feel very Leo. But the modality by which we understand that our energetic positivity is not, I keep hearing our positivity isn't delusional, right? Because the space by which we understand, the ferocity by which we go towards joy, speaks towards the fact that we understand that joy is our birthright, right? Joy is our birthright. And why do we say joy is our birthright? Because the modality by which we and ultimately, and I need to point this out, every true manifestation, that is actually what it is. That is the core of every true manifestation. Joy is my birthright. Because the modality by which we move towards that joy, so long as our joy doesn't hurt another person's joy, right? And this is how we can usually articulate the healthy manifestation. Our joy is generous, and our joy is rampant. Because when our joy is generous and our joy is rampant, then it's the articulation of understanding that our joy does not hurt anyone unless they themselves are internally hurting. And the modality by which, and this is why we talk through the space of trying to heal from our misery, right? Because it often creates those modalities or experiences by which we feel a lot of that energy, right? We feel a lot of that force of intention that often feels like the context of trying to move us further away from our joy. But the modality by which we seek joy, right, is, I keep on hearing, it's not the experience. It's not the experience of working towards, and I need to point this out. It's not the experience that is indulgent, right? It's not the experience that talks towards the feeling of indulgence. That is something, and what do we identify? Indulgence is something that only the self can energetically indulge upon. Right? The modality by which we work towards something that is only indulgent toward the self, that is selfish. But the modality by which you will, and I keep on hearing, like, this is why I keep on hearing the same message when I'm reading into this energy, which is pay attention when somebody says that another person is being selfish. Because the modality by which you look, that even in the statement of another person articulating selfishness, is the modality by which they say there is a construct of them that I demand something from. And that's not to say that we don't have energetic responsibilities, right? The modality by which, and this is why knowing the self helps us in the journey of understanding that as you move towards your joy, there are those who will articulate that you're selfish. But it's not enough to be able to articulate selfishness, because often the energy that articulates selfishness is energetically projecting, because the modality by which one observes a construct, by which you have a construct of another person and you're energetically demanding towards them, requires the sense of self-assessment, being able to understand if it's energetically proportional into a space of generosity, or if you're looking at another person as a means to an end. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, that's like the work that I see in relationality to holding those energetic boundaries. Like I've got a lot of that energy, and that's why I told you it feels like a lot of that raise the roof energy, because it's the energy that just understands that in the context of not of minding their own business, right? They'll literally be in the space by which they're minding their own business, and another person will articulate that they're being energetically selfish because they don't feel that the force of self is directed towards them. So that's why I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, working through that capacity is why I keep wondering is why like the energy works so carefully on navigating those energetic boundaries, because it's the modalities or the experiences by which they've been hurt before by energy that was being selfish towards them, that tried to project that they were being the energetically selfish one. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving back towards masculine. Can I get 3 cards for masculine's heart space? And for the masculine heart space right now, we are going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We've got here the Knight of Wands in its upright. We've got here the Knight of Cups in its upright. Double Knight energy right now in the heart space of masculine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And the 4 of Swords in its upright. Do you see this? Do you see this past present? This is Aries work. This is the work that says nothing is harder than forgiving myself for the person I used to be when I thought that there was nothing else I needed to learn. Look at them facing off. Look at this energy facing off towards itself, right? Like nothing is harder than forgiving myself for the person I thought I was when I thought the universe was against me. Look at that. Never have I had to battle harder than healing from the person that I was when I thought that the universe was battling against me. Because this is often the context by which we work to release our trauma, right? The context by which we're able to navigate or articulate upon the understanding of how we energetically feel. When we understand how we feel, we begin to heal. And it's the hardest thing to do, because often the first person we have to confront is the person who refused to navigate those feelings. That's why there's nothing more dangerous in this world than disassociation, right? That often the ability to learn how to disassociate is the most harmful thing, because I need to point out, everything that you have is a gift. Every single thing that you arrive here with is a gift. Why would you try to learn to shut something off? It's not about shutting things off. It's about feeling more. It's being able to find, and when you feel more, you find the strength to navigate the feelings. That's what Stoicism is. Stoicism has never been about shutting anything off. There's no strength in learning how to flick a light switch. There's no strength in learning how to flick a light switch. The ability of finding the capacity to just turn one's emotions off is not a power. It is a detriment. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy that learned that too quickly, right? Potentially even energy that went through the false construct of feeling like one had to learn to do that in order to be masculine. It's understanding the cruelty of creating a journey, of navigating to another person and saying, if you learn how to turn that off real quick, then you'll finally ascend into masculinity. But it doesn't make you stronger. It makes you weaker. It makes you vulnerable to your feelings. There's no strength in learning how to turn something off, because that means you're energetically avoiding something, especially when you understand that the best relationship you'll ever experience will make you feel things you've never felt before. So imagine the construct by which you'd say to masculine energy, hey, if you want to be masculine, learn to turn that off, right? And then you go through relationship after relationship, and every time you move towards the thing that's for you, you basically, like, what happens? You short circuit. Right? You short circuit. You're going to short circuit because you've learned, somebody told you that in order to facilitate masculinity, you have to learn how to turn something off. And then you move closer and closer to the thing that's for you and the unavoidable, unknown feelings that arrive towards it. It's a system that is set to energetically break the self. It doesn't create the space by which you ever move towards what is your bliss. You move towards what feels energetically comfortable. But if you learned how to disassociate, that is not the relationship that creates the feelings in you. That's a relationship that creates a false sense of comfortability. So the gift that we're able to find in relationality to facing our feelings fortifies us for the partnership that can make us feel all of the things, right? Because it's the modality and the experience of understanding. A healthy relationship is not one that facilitates or promotes a feeling of numbness. It's the energy that allows you to feel the full expanse of all of the parts of the self. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it starts with the forgiveness of the self. This is why we talk about forgiveness is key, and we understand that forgiveness is not forgetting. Forgiveness is being able to understand what one is trying to do better. So I see a lot of the masculine energy doing that work, and it's the hardest thing to do, but it's also the energy that we bring towards things, because it starts with, everything starts with us being able to find the beauty in our vulnerability. Now, this brings us to a lot of the feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender. Moving towards feminine energy, we are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the feminine heart space. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here 3 of Pentacles in its reversal, 9 of Wands in its upright, and we also have here the High Priestess in its reversal. Now, this is really intriguing. If you are a tarot nerd, make sure that you head over to our stack today to be able to see the photo of today's spread. We got some very interesting energy here in the feminine heart space with a queen. We got an Empress in its reversal. We got some very big cards in the feminine energy right now. We've got the Star in the center, and we've got the High Priestess in its reversal with the Empress in its reversal. This is a continuation of understanding the fallacy of comparison. Comparison will keep you from everything. When you're busy, while you're busy comparing yourself to another, you're losing your exquisite, right? It should never, the modality by which, and you have to understand, and this is why I keep on getting a lot of the feminine energy, is finding the place to energetically articulate upon their feelings about something. Because we just talked about the fact, the observation, and this is why our standards are healthy, because our standards help us see what another person is idealizing versus what is energetically for us. And it's look, it is simply the understanding of feminine, and feminine understands this. What will unhealed energy seek in a relationship? A non-entity, right? Unhealed energy will seek a non-entity in relationship. And what does that mean? Someone that, again, is forgetful and has no energetic standards, right? That is often, like, that is literally the context, because when we just talked about the fact that the unhealed energy works towards numbness, right? Not wanting to feel anything, right? And the context by which another person is seeking an ideal. When somebody's in the context of not wanting to feel anything, when they haven't done the work of healing, what is their ideal counterpart? Somebody who's forgetful, right? Doesn't have any space by which they navigate holding forgiveness, right? Having leniency instead of forgiveness. Not seeing the context of change. So nothing by which one is able to ascend or grow. With the context of, again, navigating, not having any sense of boundaries, or not having any energetic standards. So that modality of putting, like, that's the, like, that is literally the grounds of a numb relationship, right? The narcotic numb relationship by which another person says, I am idealizing, right? I am looking for a non-entity, no feelings, no vision, no memory, right? Because that allows the context by which another person says, I can do energetic, like the modality by which another person articulates upon the fact that the highest aspiration in their counterpart is nothing. Literally, this is how the feminine has to recognize that they have literally encountered energy that says, my ideal counterpart is nothing. It's the void. It's a void. That is someone in love with the void, being like, I would like somebody who just doesn't really, like, doesn't push back against things, doesn't really have an opinion about things, just goes like this a lot. I'm like, that you don't want a relationship, you want an echo chamber, right? The modal, and this is the energy, this is feminine energy, just accepting that, right? That is feminine energy accepting that unhealed energy will articulate that they're not looking for a relationship, they're looking for an echo chamber. And often in the modality, and this is why our standards are so energetically important, because the modality by which you bring your standards to things helps you recognize whether someone is healed or unhealed, whether they're actually looking for a person, a person with standards and thoughts in the brain and things that happen, versus saying, I am looking for an echo chamber. Are you my echo chamber? Are you going to be an echo chamber for me? Like, different things. And so this is the feminine that says, bless, look at this, bless this mess of standards. Bless this mess of standards, because this mess of standards helps to identify who is actually looking for a relationship versus someone looking for an echo chamber, right? So there we go. It's right there for feminine. And so it's a feminine that says, and they have a right, and this is a feminine saying, having a right to be upset when they encounter energy that's not looking for a relationship. They're looking for an echo chamber. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving towards the non-binary energy. 3 cards, please. What do we got here? We're going to be utilizing the, we're going to be, where to go? We are going to be utilizing the, we're also going to be, we're going to be utilizing right now the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of non-binary. 3 cards, please. And we have here, we've got the 7 of Pentacles in its upright. We've got here the Page of Pentacles in its upright. And we've got here the Fool card in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing that's coming through here for the non-binary energy? For a lot of this energy, and I will point out, one of the things that we're seeing right now is a lot of the non-binary energy, they're utilizing the same cards right now as the masculine heart space. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of the energy, you know, and I want to kind of identify, like, there's something important. There's something interesting that I'm seeing that's happening in non-binary energy right now in relationality to working towards, I keep on hearing, like, this is the energy that works towards understanding. I keep on hearing, like, understanding archetypes, or working into the context of recognizing or identifying. And I keep on hearing this, the context by which we bring to a certain situation or circumstance is the modality by which we understand and we navigate the force of our own energetic presence, is what I keep on hearing. And I just keep on hearing the same message that's coming through for a lot of that energy. And I keep on seeing, like, this modality, like, when you think about things from this perspective, it's something that allows for a lot of healing to come through. And it is, my presence is a present. My presence is a present. Now, this is really important because this helps you come into the space of being centered in self. Now, why do we say, and this is why, because it's a koan. So my presence is a present is also the understanding that the space, all we have is this energetic moment, right? All we have is the force of intention in relationality to what it is that we do. Our presence is a fixed point. Our presence is a fixed point. And that's why we say our presence is a present. Because when we say our presence is a present, it is the understanding that our presence is a fixed point. That in all the things that we're energetically doing, there are modalities or experiences by which we can effectively pinpoint the amplification of our own energetic journey, right? And this is what's hard for a lot of that energy, because I almost see that this is the energy that often works through the overwhelm or the energetic demand that is often experienced in the context of the world that's around us. And what happens, right? What happens, like, as you move towards your journey, then it feels like the more you move deeper into your journey, the more demanding the present becomes. Like, that's the irony of it. If you're doing it well, the present becomes more demanding. If you're doing it well, the present becomes more demanding. But the modality by which you understand and you navigate the energetic demand of the present is fortified with the energetic shield of my presence is a present, which is the modality by which we understand that our presence is never demanded. And often the modality by which another person demands our presence tells us everything we need to know in the proportionality of how they are respective towards it. So that modality or that experience by which we navigate that, like that, I just keep on hearing this moving through the heart space of the non-binary. My presence is a present because it's the understanding that all we have is this energetic moment and it's finite. And we do everything that we energetically can with it. And we don't get hard on each other in relationality to not, and often energy that does not respect that is why they don't get a piece of it, is what I keep on hearing. So I told you it's a heavy work that we see in relationality to hard boundaries. Now continuing, moving through back towards masculine, moving through the unconscious space. Can I get 3 cards right now for the masculine? And we are going to be utilizing right now the Tarot of the Divine for the unconscious space of the masculine. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Fool card, so we've got double Fool energy. So this is this is moving back towards the fact that we see a lot of connection right now between non-binary and masculine energy right now. We've got the Hierophant, heavy archetypes right now. Yep, and we've got the 4 of Coins. In the 10 of Coins, correction. It's interesting that I said 4 of Coins, but it actually ended up to be 10 of Coins because it's working, and I want to stress this too. The understanding of recognizing and identifying, and this is often what happens in the realm of understanding. And this is what's really important I feel like there's something really important that we see that's happening right now for masculine energy. Often, and it's very nuanced because it's saying, and again, not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Often the modalities by which we struggle become fond memories, is what I keep on hearing. The modality by which we feel like we struggle becomes fond memories, because it's the understanding that the brain is really, really bad at storing pain. And this is why we can't get too nostalgic on things. And often those who are too nostalgic are operating in a state of delusion, right? Because when we don't understand the nature of our brains, right? Like what's in here. Our brains are absolutely miserable. They are absolutely, the first thing we need to recognize, our brains are so bad at storing pain. It is unbelievable the level of badness that our brain has in storing pain. I want you to think right now about your worst moment, your absolute worst moment. It's hard to recall the end. The further you get from it, the harder it is to recall the pain there. It's stored, and this is the thing about pain, you have to understand. It carves a groove, but the modality by which it carves is often the space by which it does not hold on to how energetically painful something was. And so when we understand that, that is the energetic nature of pain, right? That it shapes us. But then often the fact is it's hard to effectively maintain the pain that we experienced. Then it often can help us understand that we clear nostalgia with a dose of reality, returning back to something, right? Returning back to something is often the modality or the experience by which we energetically determine or speak towards the ability to effectively understand, right? To be present is helping us to heal from the past, because it's not a space by which we energetically let something go. It's not the space by which we throw something away. It's the modality or the experience by which we allow for that energetic point of wisdom to come through. And so there's so much that we energetically see here. And this is often what's difficult, because this is why sometimes energy gets addicted to their source of pain. Because when you don't understand that pain carves grooves, and then you'll find yourself energetically returning to traumas again and again and again, failing to recognize that even in the modality by which one is doing so is the determination point of the energetic pain. Right? It's not working through and this is what we talk about in relationality, to being able to understand our feelings. Because when you're going through an energetic complication point, right? And this is what happens. The initial pain that one creates in telling someone to energetically disassociate if they want to maintain the space of being in a masculine state, right? The only way to be in a masculine space is if you don't energetically feel something. The best thing you will ever find will have you feeling everything. And then in the modality by which you experience it, you go through a trauma moment because you've been told that in order to facilitate being energetically masculine, you can't feel anything, but you're moving towards something that is for you, that makes you feel everything, right? You short circuit yourself. And the modality by which you have to energetically run away is the modality by which you feel like you need to recover. When we're in a healthy space, we don't need to recover from our emotions. We move towards the ocean. We understand the volatility of it. And this is why we don't build into experiences by which prioritizing disassociation is the most dangerous thing you could potentially do, because it's the understanding that the way you get stronger through something is by experiencing it, by feeling it in order to heal it. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, feeling the frustration on energy that was prioritizing having someone knuckle through something, right? The modality by which, and this is why it's so painful when another person, like trauma, often likes to energetically diminish our pain, right? We see here that that is the modality by which we understand that our pain protects us. Because when we care about each other, we are conscientious of the feelings that we bring out within one another. And that doesn't mean that we're energetically responsible for them, right? It doesn't mean that we're energetically responsible for each other's emotions. We are never responsible for the emotions that we bring forth in each other. We are responsible to understand why we feel the way we do. Because being able to understand why we feel the way we do allows us room for more feelings. It allows us room for more feelings. It doesn't allow you to be in a context by which you say, I'm living a life that's nice because I don't have to feel anything. It's really pleasant. My manifestation has been reached. I got this nice life. I don't feel anything. It's great. Right? I mean, you can have that if you want it. Sounds like fun, I guess, but it's a modality by which it often is working through the ability of being able to sort through our emotions that allow us to have more feelings. And so that is what we talk about with energetic expansion, right? Not feeling like we're giving the emotions to another to deal with, right? Feeling our feelings, feeling energetically responsible in these feelings, and allowing that expansion to effectively help us. And even as you expand, you will feel more and more energetically exposed. Even as you expand, you will feel more and more energetically exposed. It's the continuation of that journey that creates that sense of understanding. It's creating that continual arrival point. But this is why we embrace the exposure point in relationality to our feelings, because as we do, so too do we heal. Continuing back towards feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards, please. Unconscious of feminine energy. We're going to be utilizing again. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the feminine unconscious. 3 cards, please. 2, 3. Oh, we got a transverse there, so we're going to hold on to that. We've got the 3 of Cups in its reversal. We have the Emperor card in its transverse, and this is very important because now we're seeing connection point between masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, and the Devil card. So this is some intense energy right now in the unconscious of the feminine. And it's working through, I keep on hearing, it is feminine healing. This is feminine going through the healing of the understanding, like feminine just recognizing and going through the grief of understanding that unhealed energy seeks non-entity, right? It's going through the grief of understanding that unhealed energy prefers to seek energetic non-entity in relationality to connection. And what do we mean by non-entity? Non-entity is the identification point by which you see somebody articulating the aspirations that they ideally desire to have in a connection. And the modality by which they don't, I keep wondering, the modality by which they articulate not upon what someone feels, right? The things, the space by which another person doesn't describe the standards that they're seeking in another, but I keep on hearing somebody in the modality of describing the qualities is what I keep on hearing. The dangers of hearing someone articulate the qualities of what they're seeking in an energetic counterpart that articulate upon the fact that they're not really seeking someone, right? Someone who says that they prioritize agreeableness in all things, right? Looking for someone that is agreeable in all things, like, yes, a lot of that energy, right? Or somebody, or someone who is always facilitating upon what they energetically desire. This would also be someone who's a non-entity, right? They're not talking about the person that they aspire for. They're looking for things that feel like they just serve the self, right? The modality of someone saying, I'm not looking for a person, I'm looking for someone that serves the energetic needs of the self, right? And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy working through that, it's understanding that a healthy relationship is built by, I keep wondering, a healthy relationship is built with people. And this is why we say a healthy relationship is built with people, because when we are healthy, we are deeply peopled. And the reason that we're deeply peopled is that we know who we are, right? We know who we are. We have a clear understanding of who we are, and being deep in your people, right? Being deep in the sense of understanding the self, understanding the quality of self will get ready to be rejected by someone who's looking for something that is purely appealing, right? Get ready to feel energetically rejected by somebody who says, oh, well, that's not very, and again, I keep hearing this word, I keep on hearing this quality, I keep on hearing being thrown in the feminine unconscious, ladylike, which is, again, ladylike often being associated to qualities and characteristics that would be described towards a non-entity, right? Better seen, right? Seen and not heard. Not necessarily having a thought, right? Just being in the space by which one is in the navigation point of effectively just orbiting, right? Just orbiting another, rather than being in the space of a healthy connection. And so that's why I see that this is the feminine that's saying to themselves, bless, like, look, bless these messy standards, right? Bless these messy standards that often feel like they prevent the self from things, because healthy standards will prevent you from energy that's seeking non-entity, right? Healthy standards will protect you from energy seeking non-entity, which is the modality or experience by which another person says that they aspire not for a true energetic person, but for something that feels like it's just complicit in their own ability to energetically exist. So that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy in that modality, that is the energy that is working through the heavy work, right? And this is the heavy work that we do when we have standards, making sure that our standards are not our trauma in disguise. This brings us to non-binary energy. Can I get 3 cards for non-binary, bottom of the under unconscious space? And we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the unconscious of the non-binary. 3. Oh, okay. We're going to use these cards. We've got the Page of Pentacles. So we've got double Page of Pentacles right now in non-binary headspace, unconscious. Justice card in its reversal. And the Ace of Swords in its reversal. I keep on hearing this energy say, my job is not to be gentle, right? But you would be surprised. And I keep on hearing something about them saying, nothing is more gentle than moving through this life from a place of vulnerability. And I keep on hearing them say, my job is not to be gentle, because the modality, and I keep on hearing, even in the space by which they say that, is vulnerable, is what I keep on hearing. Even in the space by which they say that is gentle, is what I keep on hearing. Because the modality by which I keep on hearing the energy say, my job is not to be gentle, is the understanding that the energetic passion that we bring to things is often, I keep on hearing, is often speaking towards how hard it is to remain gentle in the midst of difficulty, right? It's hard because it's often, I feel like this is the energy that works to bring gentle in everything, but they can't be gentle as they try to bring their gentleness into things, is what I keep on hearing. It's the energy that's working through, they're working through the paradoxical quality that when you're trying to be gentle, there's nothing gentle about it. That the ability to maintain and to continue to be gentle in a world that feels like it is hard towards us, that is the hardest thing to do. So I keep on hearing, my job is not to be gentle, is the energy that says the job is gentleness, but working towards gentleness in a way, but with like, I keep on hearing like working to maintain gentleness in a world that does not prioritize gentleness is effectively the work that we have to do that requires us not to be energetically gentle in relationality to things that do not feel like they effectively honor gentleness, right? Because when we think of gentleness as sanctuary, when we think about how hard it is to energetically maintain gentleness in a world like the world that we have, then when we see that gentleness, we put our full application towards what it is that is energetically important towards us, right? We allow that to be the context by which we feel energetically protective of it. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through that, navigating that vulnerability is the energetic priority. And it's a continuation of understanding the paradox of that work, right? The modality, but even as they're trying to take a gentle approach to preserving the quality of gentleness within them, they have to work even harder, right? Both in the relationships that surround them, but even in the space by which they themselves feel like they are seen and witnessed by counterpart. I keep on getting that that's a lot of the energy that articulates upon the navigation of understanding the force of intention that we can see in another is how much they value that, because that tells you everything in relationality to the shape or the nature of the work that another person is doing to heal within the self, right? Not trying to eradicate gentleness, right? But creating a space by which gentleness can flourish and energetically thrive. Bottom of the deck on these readings, for moving back to masculine, utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, we've got double Four of Swords energy for a lot of the masculine right now. And this is not allowing, like, and I'll tell you right now, this type of energy, it's easy to despair, is what I keep on seeing, right? This type of energy can often create a lot of feelings of energetic despair within us. I want to point this out. I'm going to give you like a little bit of a reminder. We are going through Jupiter in Cancer. Jupiter in Cancer can make us feel very, very energetically vulnerable. Uranus in Taurus is literally the sound of it's not working, right? We're feeling vulnerable on things that feel like they're not working, extra vulnerable, right? Working also through the fact that that is magnified energy with the fact that Venus is stuck with Mercury behind it and Mars before it. We have to be gentle as we navigate what's not working, because the modality by which it sometimes, I like to point this out, and this is why I keep on asking where Leo is right now. Sometimes the work isn't to go harder. Sometimes the work is to go softer. And when you truly understand that, then you're doing the work to understand the self, because that's the space by which you're working to prioritize that sense of care. And it starts within to be able to facilitate that without. For feminine energy right now, we'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot, bottom of the deck. There's that Temperance card. Patience. Where did it go? I need to point this out. Chiron is stationed direct, and it's in very close proximity to Eris, which is still in retrograde. And this is the energy by which old wounds can rise back up to the surface. And this is being able to understand, making sure that we're not projecting our patience to things. Now, what does it mean when we're projecting our patience? Projecting our patience is not healthy, because our patience is a gift, right? And so it's interesting because I hear in the non-binary energy, right? I keep on seeing that the non-binary energy is saying my presence is a present, right? Feminine energy is saying my patience is a gift. And gifts, here's the thing with gifts, another person knows that they're receiving it, right? You don't give a gift without telling another person that they have been given a gift. So when we're working into the context of patience as a gift, this helps us, this koan helps us recognize spaces by which we might not necessarily be doing the right work. Because when we feel like we're being patient on another thing, that patience needs to be accepted and received by the person that is getting it. Because the modality by which we understand that helps us to heal from situations by which there's nothing worse, right, There's nothing worse than looking at a situation and saying, I'm being patient towards it, and being another person having no idea that they're experiencing that patience. That is often the sound of our own projection. So we recognize that when we're being responsible with our patience, we are clear to another what we're energetically expecting in the space that we're providing it. So making sure that we're doing that work, and we're being, and I keep on hearing, it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. It's not something that we do that feels like it's too much to do. But often, and this is the irony of it, when somebody is receiving our patience and then they articulate upon the fact that the solution to a situation is to be more energetically patient with them. This is often, I keep on hearing, pay attention to energy that asks for patience instead of energy that articulates upon progress, right? The modality by which we're effectively able to work through something there. Now, finally, and moving towards non-binary energy, we've got here, and we'll be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the non-binary. We've got here the King of Coins. And that is a lot. I need to point this out. There's a lot. There isn't, this is also, we've already got a lot of pentacle energy that is in the non-binary space. So we also have here a lot of this energy that we're identifying and recognizing in relationality to working through the context of being energetically patient with our own sense of progress. And this is often why we keep on seeing, don't get frustrated in relationality to where you're going. Whenever you're feeling frustrated on where you're going, look behind you, right? When you feel like you're not making any progress, don't look forward, look backward, right? I know how hard that is, because I see a lot of this energy. Like, I feel like a lot of this energy is like ever forward. Like, no, I know that there, and I keep wondering, it's not nostalgic. That's not energetically sentimental. The modality or the experience by which one is able to energetically recognize how far you've come can often give you more clarity in relationality to having a reality check in terms of the expectations that you hold to yourself versus the energetic feeling of the fact that you don't feel like you're moving fast enough. So if you're feeling this weight right now, I'm going to say this, and I'm only saying it to the non-binary energy because, like, honestly, I feel like the masculine's trying to stop doing this. Non-binary needs to do it more. It's okay. It's okay to occasionally rest on your laurels, is what I keep on hearing. It's okay. I know. It's okay to energetically rest on your laurels at time, particularly and especially with energy like this, because it can be really easy to feel like things are confusing or they're not energetically going anywhere. Make sure that it's, and I keep arguing, the way you can check and make sure that it's passing the vibe check is being able to see those energetic accomplishments and feel energetically stabilized in terms of understanding and recognizing the path work via your own personal direction. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the judgment card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the world card. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Art Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also receive a complimentary you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library, our class archive, and you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will let you know about the updates that we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we just navigated. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also would like to invite you to a very special retreat that I will be holding this August. I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th as we work to study and learn about the tarot in the place by which the tarot was first discovered. Please join me on a tour of Florence, Tuscany, and Rome, where we will be studying the tarot in the cradle by which the tarot was first discovered to understand the deeper impact on the locationality by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. Everyone who attends that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one classwork with me during the retreat, but you will also be entitled to a free mentorship class that will be happening before the retreat to be able to assess your own tarot journey. And if you sign up now, you'll have a $200 discount, but that is going away shortly. So make sure that you reserve your spot today. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also happy to offer, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey. And for those who are, I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as the series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Good Vibes. You got our highest gifter today. And congratulations as well to Avatar. You came in second. So you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, I've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We'll also be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. My friends were already at 28.1, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi, how are you doing today? Rukshita, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Happy to read for you on your relationship if you'd like to get on the list. These are donation-based readings starting now, so if you'd like to send the donation, I'll be happy to read for you. You can find the links to do so in my bio. And you're so welcome, Addie. Good to see you as well. Thank you, Moon's Yoga, for those roses. I appreciate you. And Grand Rising Jana, good to see you as well. Grand Rising Estevan, how are you doing today, Avatar? Hold on a moment. And thank you as well, K Majesty, for sharing the live. Grand Rising Avatar, good to see you. Thank you for all of those beautiful gifts. Nope, you haven't missed anything, dear. You're perfectly on time. Thank you, Yaz, for those roses and gifts as well. Thank you for confirmation, dear. This has taken me 43 years to get. Continue to on that journey. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for that gift. You are the weakest link. But here's the thing, observing where we're weak is our strength, right? And thank you, Itzik. Thank you for the follow. I feel like Santa Claus. I get very happy. I'm 5. Thank you so much, Moon. Good to see you today. Selena, now you're coughing. Yes, my throat chocolate, subliminal, and my blanket. Grand Rising, Estevan. I hope you're having a beautiful start. No, I want to point this out. There's a lot of masculine energy that's doing this work right now. And it's not easy. It feels like they're doing the collective heavy lifting. You know, like that's what's so hard about it. You know? Thank you so much. It's a really tough space, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, that's one of my favorite. Which movie are we talking about? Hi there, Jana. Good to see you today. Thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card today. And thank you as well. Grand Rising, Susie. Good to see you. And thank you for those heart puffs, Jana. I just realized I am comparing and not in relationship or career, but with something else. That's okay. I want to point, listen, I want you to point out, Bridget, when you recognize you're comparing, be like, stop that, right? Like focus on your exquisite. Yeah, let's get real with reality. Absolutely. No unhealed energy in 2026 to have to claim. Something that has worked for so many people I know has not helped me, or at least yet. But here's, like, listen, that's sometimes a good thing to recognize, right? Like if it works for others, but it doesn't work for the self, that's okay. Like the observation that that's occurring is a step forward. Absolutely. I know it's lively energy today. We're going to Chiron station direct, which I think in Aries, which is why like it's going to be more lively. And Jen, thank you for the follow, dear. It's true. Why is that so? Oh, Tuesday. I'm sending you so much support, Bridget. That explains so much. Sending you support as well, Avatar. It's like medicine. The first few weeks you feel awful, and then your body regulates to that as normal. Beautifully stated, dear. I am broken. A fellow reader on this app. Oh my gosh, channeling. I am sending you so much support, dear. Oh, that is so difficult. Yeah, please send and put, you know, if they need support, please make sure that you send it over in the disco, okay? Absolutely. I didn't mean to bring people down. No, you listen, you don't apologize for like articulating how you feel is not bringing us down. Like that's what we're here for. No, we are a tarot community. And again, if there's anything about being able to provide support, please make sure to post it in the mutual aid section of the disco. Thank you. And good to see you today. I appreciate you. I don't think you meant you texted me, Evelyn. When you say you texted me, can you be clear in relationality to what you meant by that? You meant that you sent me a message here? How do you manage to articulate stuff? Blows me away sometimes. Thank you, Avatar. I appreciate that. I do my best. Meta, gentle container, and active energy equals safe growth. What a beautiful way of describing that. I have so much despair sometimes. Yes, softer. I know it's hard, right? But this is what we have to do when we're supposed to navigate despair, right? Like if you're not despairing, then you're not aware, right? If you're not despairing, that you're not aware. But it doesn't mean that you don't allow the despair to overwhelm the self. Grand Rising, good. Evelyn, we're about to get started, so you'll be the first person we're reading for today. Thank you for the help, Bridget. Thank you. I was thinking, you're perfectly on time. You'll never miss your reading. No, just a reminder, if you get on the list and you're not here for your reading, you just get added to the hold list. You can come back at any time to get that reading. You just need to tell me the date. Avatar, thank you for those butterflies. And thank you, Good Vibes, for those beautiful gifts. Looking forward to our reading. Yo, Short Circuit. Yeah, that movie was boss. It was so good. Oh man. What a while. Yep. Thank you as well, Moon. All right, where were we? Yes. Thank you for that help, Bridget. I appreciate you. BB, all the best. Right back at you, dear. Thank you so much. I've missed joining the past few days. Well, I'm glad to have you back here, dear. Good to see you. Hi there, Minnie. Yeah, I said I texted because I thought you called my name. Oh, it's okay. I was like, I don't know. I think you meant you messaged here. Yeah, if you're not despairing, you're not aware. Thank you. To do a pet reading, Lils, all you do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 for non-subscribers. And it's a great time to get on the list right now. If you get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. And we've got 5 spots left before the list is going to be closed today. So if you'd like to secure that spot, make sure that you get on sooner rather than later, because we're just about to get started on personals right now. Perfect. There we go. I got you, Bridget. I'm going to read the list right now for anybody who's on the list to confirm. As a tarot reader, how do you do it? Well, I mean, I do it very much. So the way I do a pet reading is depends. I usually say per pet, so not trying to like being able to articulate like what you're effectively looking to find out. If you're just looking to understand the energetic connection, I'm going to help you effectively channel into it to understand what the presence of that energy is and what they're helping you with, and also effectively like understanding their connection, their life path connected to your life path. I hope that helps. we have a focus here on life path oriented readings, if that's what you're looking for. Yes. Yes, I'll send it. Please do so, channeling. I appreciate that. Please put it in the mutual support section. Thank you. Excellent. And guys, make sure to give channeling some love too. You're welcome, dear. All right, so I'm going to read the list right now for anybody who is on the list. We've got Yevelyn, we've got Jen, we've got Selena, we've got Bridget, and we've got Good Vibes. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. First person we're reading for today is going to be, we are reading for Yevelyn, and we're also at 30K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Yevelyn, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And also just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps too, if you'd like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. We've got highest we read here, highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. First person we're reading for today is Yevelyn. Yevelyn, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Yevelyn's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Yes, you can't say bird. It's the same thing, same rule. It's no dragons. No, we can't. There are 4 dragons in the deck. There are like 5. You guys drive me nuts with this. Thank you for the compliment. Yes, I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. All right. Second, did you? Oh, you did not. Did it get on everything? Ugh. It's okay. No, it's okay. Yes, I appreciate you. All right. If Yevelyn is not here, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Jen. Jen, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi, Evelyn. All right, Jen, please pause. Yevelyn, I'm just waiting for your question to come through. If you've already posted it, it's being filtered. So make sure that you state your question in the comments. what kind of reading we're doing. And if you've already posted it, it's getting filtered. So there might be something you might have to, I got it here. Okay, so we've got a question in relationality to marriage and also about positive things coming through. Thank you so much. And because you are the first person on the list today, you'll actually be having 5 cards in your reading. Let me just put a card, let me just cover up today's read. Let's hold these cards here. Okay, can I please get 5 cards for Yevlin related to pathwork of marriage and positive things to look into for 2026? 2 cards. Thank you. Thank you. And 2 more. Ooh, thank you. And 1 more. Yep. All right. And guys, I'm going to pin up Yevlin here. Make sure to give Yevlin some love. Also, friends, we're at 31.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And we'll get to 50K in no time. So yeah, there's definitely pathwork of marriage in your future. But the thing is, you have to clear this hurdle. You have got to get away from this energy that's perpetually comparing you from past connection. You've got to get, and here's the thing about it. You got a strong message coming through in spirit. If someone compares you, you walk away. If someone compares you to a past person, because I keep on getting like you are going through something here, and it's coming through on a lesson in relationality to what we carry sentiment for. There are some energies in this world that their connection to the past is the fact that they're never fully in the present. They're never fully in the present. And how can you usually tell that somebody is too nostalgic to be able to grow or build with? They're constantly talking about how the past was better than the present. But I'll tell you right now, that type of energy is living under a delusion, because I guarantee you at the time that they were experiencing what they're now idealizing as their sentimental moment, they were holding on to another sentimental moment. That's why their sentimental moment isn't their present. Energy that's in that modality is constantly letting the present slip from their fingers. The energy that's constantly letting the present slip through their fingers is perpetually idealizing a past that never existed. And I've got at least 2 energies. I've got at least 2 energies around you by which that karmic lesson has been playing out. It says to me like 2 last relationships, the same lesson in different forms. And you can usually tell by which another person is in the context, by which they're always summoning the name of their past person to be able to compare you to them, right? Like your watchwords are, you don't hold a candle. Because the thing is, it's actually, you have to say, no, you don't hold a candle. The irony of somebody saying you don't hold a candle is literally the space by which we find them holding a candle, is what I keep on hearing, right? The minute somebody says, and I feel like you need to write this down because it says to me, it came up in some modality. The minute somebody says you don't hold a candle for someone, you're identifying someone who's holding a candle for someone who has not gotten over them. When we compare, then what the message that you should have taken about that was I'm saying, I'm still not over them. I'm still not over them. I'm still not over them. And I'm constantly comparing the world around the world around me to what I had with them, and failing to recognize that they used to do that to them as well. You cannot get anywhere. You can't get anywhere with someone that is constantly comparing. And I guarantee the hard part about that is often the way you'll see energy like that is as soon as you leave them, they'll put you on a pedestal. They'll say to you, you are the best person I ever had. And then you'll come back towards them and they'll start to tear you down again. Some energy can only love things in hindsight. And I know it's painful. And I know it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense. But the way I keep on hearing, the way it makes sense is understand that the best way to protect your heart space, right, is to fall in love with something that you can't have access to. That energy is showing you the fact that they're not ready to love. Because the modality by which we nostalgize against something, I keep on hearing, it's really convenient to love a past that can't actively hurt you, right? It's very easy. It's very easy. It's very convenient to love a past that can no longer hurt you. Don't let somebody hurt you by constantly bringing up the past. And I've got two different experiences by which this has been playing out. And the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, the only sound that you should be making in the minute that somebody summons invokes the name of their past person in comparison to you is the sound of your feet walking away from that person and never turning back. Never turning back. Because all the thing you should be really hearing is what I keep on getting, is all they're saying to you in the moment that they've compared them to you is them saying, I have not let them go. I want them back. And I'm going to continue to bludgeon you with their memory rather than holding you in a state of gratitude. And they used to do that to them. They used to do that to them with the past person because it has nothing to do with who they are with. It has everything to do with the fact that they haven't recognized their own habit of falling in love with the past because it protects their heart space. And it creates the space by which they can hold another person at a distance. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy on this. I know this is not easy because it feels like someone that keeps on coming back towards you in this fashion. Okay? This is why I miss you is not healing. Someone articulating the amount that they say that they can't live without you should not have to do with the space by which another person says that they can't live without you. How do they live with you? Because I keep on hearing that's the same type of energy, right? Like the energy that says, I can't live without you, that then the minute that you're in their presence, they say, I can't live with you, right? The modality by which another person is constantly, and I keep on hearing, let the can'ts drive your direction. Because through love, we can do anything. Love is can energy, is what I keep on hearing. Remember that love is can anything, which is to say, for you, I will. For you, I can. Not the energy that says, I can't. I can't. I just keep on hearing can't. There's no can't in love, which says the modality by which another person says that they come towards you in the space by which they identify or recognize or try to make you feel like the way that they feel about you is something that they're trying to get over, is the space by which they don't say, I love you, but the space by which they say, I can't live without you, because that is literally the sound of someone saying, I'm doing my best to try to figure out how to. Don't let them sentimentalize it, because the hard part with energy like this is you are always the best that they ever had. The last person with energy like this was always the best person that they ever had. Until the present person gets sick of it and moves away, and then they become the best person that they've ever had. So don't let another person nostalgizing or sentimentalizing upon what you have be. I keep hearing it's not an epic love story. It's a tragedy. If somebody is in the space by which they say that they can't live without you, but they continue to move away from you, that is not somebody creating a love story. That is someone shaping a tragedy. Don't feel like that is not something that you work to heal from. That is not something that you work to heal. That's something that you have to recognize. Healthy relationship is built upon direction. And you talking about marriage, especially if whoever this is I'm seeing runs away the minute the word marriage is brought up. If the minute the word marriage is brought up, this person starts talking about their past to invoke a fight, pay attention to someone who's trying to disrupt relationship so they can keep it at the status quo of where they like it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading. You can book a private reading on your site. Final message for you, Gevelin. Your divine counterpart is not going to be intimidated by your dreams. They're not going to run away in the space by which you articulate that that's something that you dream about, is all I keep on hearing. Don't get them confused. Don't get them confused with someone that keeps running in the opposite direction. Thank you so much, dear. And we're at 37.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And L, thank you for those heart me's. Yeah, the ghost girlfriend, exactly. It's an avoidant thing as well. Yep, they did this. Sending you support, Moon. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Jen. Jen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Jen, if you're here, can you please respond? And while we wait for Jen's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles. It's, I need to know what you mean by that, channeling. There are a couple of different, I need to know exactly what you mean by that in relationality to how you're utilizing it. You know, are you speaking about allowing the context of them doing the reading or generating cards? Like I'm not, you know, it's a fraught question, right? It's a very, very fraught question. And it's a question that there's a lot to be taken into consideration on in relationality to it. You know? But that's my it's like how much time you got. Because that's the thing. It's not, I feel like there's the context of understanding that there's a lot to energetically unpack in relationality to both like the positives or negatives around it, but also the modality by which it's being energetically utilized, you know? I know, and it's super complicated. All right, as I mentioned, friends, we've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to draw a card, and when we get to 10, we're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you guys so much for participating. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Yeah, I mean, like it's like debate period. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple of different there's a lot of different things to take into consideration. You know? Yeah. All right. Second call right now for Jen. If Jen is not here, Selena is the next person on the list. Selena, if you're here. Is there, like, I'm curious to know if there's a particular deck that you're speaking towards in relationality to it. You know? I like to describe the fact that, like, I think that it's important to notate that we don't become overly, like, we recognize that there are modalities by which there are tools that are utilized, you know, because I also know that there are some creators who utilize it in proportionality to the work that they do individually, right? I feel like that is the hardest part in terms of navigating the shape of that work, is not being into the space by which it becomes a replacement for doing something in a way that effectively allows the space by which another person is supported by it, if that makes sense. Oh, interesting. I would love to see, but I would love to see, an example of it, you know? Because for me, and this is the thing about it, I like to assess them qualitatively. Like I think it's really like you have to like take them. It's like you have to take. I mean, I know it's gonna sound a little cliche, but I mean, no pun intended. But you have to take them at face value, right? You have to take them at face value, which is is hard. It's like it's hard. Yeah, please do. I would be very curious to see it. Absolutely. All right, second call right now for Jen. Second call right now for Jen. If Jen is not here, the next person on the list right now is Selena. So Jen or Selena. Jen or Selena. If Jen or Selena. Oh, Jen asked to go on the hold list. I appreciate that, Selena. I didn't see that come through. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see that message come through. Oh, I am a bit occupied. I see it now. Thank you, guys. All right, Selena, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the third person. Hold on a minute. You'll be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the fourth person read for. I have questions. Excellent. Well, I'll do my best to answer them. What's your question for this reading today, dear? Okay. Oh, we want to figure out what's going on with the throat chakra? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, in relationality to that energy. I got you. And I'm going to pin you up here. All right. That's what's going on with your moon. Like I already got it. Yeah, 4 cards, please. Oh, sorry, 3 cards. One more. So this is, it's interesting because you're answering your own question is what I'm getting. Because it's saying to me, like what I see right now is the reason that you're having an issue with the throat chakra and relationality in the context of the relationship is it says to me that the relationship is trapped somewhere between a moon relationship and a temperance partnership. And the hard part about those, and I keep on getting the difference in those two relationship contexts has to do with the observation of mutual force of effort. It's like trying to strike an energetic balance point is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting and like I feel like there's something and I want to kind of walk through what I'm seeing here because I feel like I see a situation between you and another person by which and this is what I keep on hearing like this is why there's nothing more dangerous than to say let's just see where this goes, right? Like I've got some kind of energetic cycle here by which I don't know if you guys came towards each other with like some kind of air of distraction, right? Like it almost feels like I keep on hearing it's like the energetic distraction that is becoming the priority is what I keep on getting, you know? Like the modality, like you and another person, like, and I keep on hearing you and another person potentially like nonchalanting each other into like you can't. Somebody's got a chalant is what I keep on hearing. You and another person nonchalanting into like into like the end of experience. Somebody has to chalant is what I keep on getting. You know, Somebody has to chalant, and you chalanting should not break things, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's the message that's coming through. You chalanting should not break anything healthy. And the reason I keep on saying you chalanting should not break anything healthy is the modality by which we understand the weight of saying I care about you should be met with I care about you too. Right? I care about you should be met with I care about you too, not I have work to do, is what I keep on hearing. Because I see this, like I see somebody who's like, and I gotta stress this. I see you and another person in vastly different places in life. I see you and another person in vastly different places in life. I see you working on your nest. I see you kind of building into this space. You've got a lot of satisfaction, is what I keep on seeing. You are good. And when I mean you are good, I mean like you're good, like you're good with your day to day. You know? Like I keep on hearing things aren't perfect, but you're energetically working on your perfect, is what I keep. You're perfecting, right? I see you in a perfecting energy, which is trying to like fine tuning something. You're working on getting something even more perfect. I see another person that is literally starting from the ground up. I don't know what happened to this person. I don't know if they had like an awakening that like shattered everything. Is what I don't know, like it feels like a shattering, is what I keep on hearing. It feels a lot like a shattering, you know? Like I don't know, like it says to me, like, and I feel like they're working through it. Like it feels to me like they were going down one path, and now it's like everything they're doing is just trying to, like, I keep on hearing like they're just trying to like claw through it, is what I keep on seeing. So I want to say, like, I feel like if this, like, and I'll tell you right now, I don't think that this person, like, I don't think that this person is blowing smoke at you in relationality to them saying, I want to, like, I want to navigate something, but I don't want you to, I keep on hearing somebody say, I don't want you to see me like this, is what I keep on hearing, you know? Like, it's giving me, I keep on hearing somebody go, like, not like this, is what I keep on getting. You know, they're going not like this because, and I keep on hearing them say, and I keep on, and I'm going to stress this because I keep on seeing a situation of you trying to articulate that you want to help them, is what I keep on getting. You know, like I've got a lot of this, like, let me help you kind of energy that I see that you're directing towards someone. But I keep, and that's why I keep on hearing somebody saying, like, not like this, because I can almost hear somebody articulating upon the fact that they don't want to feel energetically beholden to you in relationality to what they have with you, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I've got some kind of energy around someone that's literally in the modality of like they're in survival mode, you know? Like they're working through that survival mode. They're trying to like claw their way out of it. And so I keep on seeing like something about you trying to come towards them at this moment. I keep on I just keep on hearing somebody saying, like, not like this, because like I want to describe this, like it says to me that, like, I just keep on hearing say I keep on hearing something, not like this, I got into this, is all I keep on hearing. Not like this, I got into this, which is somebody saying like like they're not going to be in a healthy space to like put the concentration towards relationship until they come out of survival mode, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be conscientious about that. And the one thing I want to be but I also want you to understand, and this is the conversation that you need to have with this person. Okay? because there is a wound here that they're not addressing. Things are never perfect. There is never an ideal moment to come into partnership. There has never been an ideal moment to come into partnership in all of energetic experience. It's always inconvenient. It's always never the right time. So pay attention, right? Like, make sure, right? Make sure that this isn't the type of situation by which one thing that happens and then another happens. Because I keep on hearing life is a bunch of inconvenient experiences that we turn into blessings. Like, that's the conversation that you need to have with someone. Life is a series of inconvenient experiences that we have the possibility at every moment of turning into blessings. And the hard, and I literally think you need to write that down in relationality to this person, because it doesn't require us. Like, I feel like they need to get out of the headspace of feeling like they need to get out of things alone, is what I keep on seeing. Like, nobody gets out of any, and that's the thing. Don't let them, like, and the space by which they see you, they shouldn't be comparing themselves to you in relationality to the fact that, and this is what I mean, like, the modality by which we understand that we don't choose energetic counterpart in the space by which we ask things of each other. It's the modality by which we understand that it's a gift to give, right? And so I feel like that is really important. Make sure that you're having a conversation with someone about what the future holds, right? Because, and I keep on hearing somebody say, like, I know, like, I see somebody being like, if they're not in a space by which they're talking about the future, like, I keep on hearing, we like, they have to get in the space of understanding that there's a life beyond this, is what I keep on hearing, right? And I'll tell you right now, sometimes the, like, that is what we call having perspective, right? The ability of navigating perspective is having energetic perspective about something that we're navigating in the moment that feels like it's overwhelming, versus understanding it's not going to be infinite. So make sure, like, I keep wondering, make sure that they're making, like, talk to them about the future on the other side of whatever it is that they're going through. And if, and in the modality, and especially I keep on hearing, in the modality by which you say to someone, this is what I aspire to have with you, and it's unconditional, which is you saying it doesn't matter what you're going through, I still desire that. That is the modality by which their feelings can do that too, right? And I keep on hearing they need to learn to say thank you. And it's really hard, right? Because I need to point this out. When we go through a lot of trauma, the modality by which we see somebody that says, I care about you, and if I care about you, it's okay for me to help you, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, that is what they need to, like, it doesn't require them to go through things alone. But I feel like they're also letting go of a lot of trauma that made them feel like they were forced to. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, they've got, like, they've got to let this anxiety go, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why, but I see somebody, and I don't want to turn this into a medical reading, but I see somebody who carries a lot of anxiety in relationality to others' intentions, is what I keep on seeing. A lot of anxiety related to others' intentions, working through the context of fear, right? And I keep on seeing, like, the thing about it, and this is what I keep on getting, we have to go through that fear in order to build connection, right? Like, you have to say to somebody, has anything I've ever done proven to you that I'm not genuine, right? Because I feel like I see some kind of modality by which, you know, I don't know why, like, it feels like somebody who is existing under something where they went, remember when I said that fracturing point? Like, the fracturing point I see that they went through was, this is a lie, you know? Like, the modality by which another person was articulating themselves to them, like, completely shattered. I keep wondering, the shattering that they experienced wasn't about themselves. The shattering was how another person was coming towards them. is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like you have to say to someone, I need you to believe. Like, I need you to understand. And that's the hardest thing with overcoming a trust wound. Because overcoming a trust wound is often feeling like we have to move exactly in the direction of the thing that hurt us in the first place, right? They have to learn how to trust again. Because if not, then it's hopeless, right? And I keep on getting, when somebody breaks our trust once, that is something they do to us. Every day that we don't trust, that is us letting them hurt us further. So I feel like it's you having to say to them, like, I'm willing to do that work, and I need you to do that work too. So make sure that you're having practical conversations, not about what's happening, but what the future that you aspire to have with one another is. And I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing, there's no perfect time to talk about the future. The only way the future becomes the present is if we talk about it, because that's how we are able to make it a reality. So make sure that you're having practical conversations upon reasonable endpoints. Not somebody that's saying, wait for me, but saying, I'll be ready on this date. This is the day that we can energetically begin again. This is the day, like, or when these things happen, right? Make sure that you're articulating not in like the tragedy of something occurring, but having reasonable conversations on what you can realistically expect. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And when we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And let me just read over the comments. That's me, the fixer-upper. I have inner child trauma. Legal troubles. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing there. Hold on. Yeah, in a relationship between Moon or Temperance, and the thing is, I keep on hearing, like, related to the counterpart, I heard he's going to therapy. Yeah, that's how it was going until we went to separation in June. We were just seeing where it goes. Yeah. But he's been working on stability emotionally and physically. Vastly. Yeah, outside tea, legal trouble. Thank you. That's me, the fixer-upper. Yeah, because so many are like that. I do not feel like aligning. Sending you support, Moon. Hop speak. I'm not sure what that statement means, Moons, with the hop statement. Yeah, we can't have conversation if we're in separation. But this is the thing about it, and I need to point this out. Like, they need to come, like, your throat chakra is feeling blocked because you know that they need to come to you. Right? Yeah, turn it into, I just talk to him. I'll just talk to my dreams and hope that gets it. But and here's the thing, like, I think, like, and I need to stress this. Like, I feel like you guys had a healthy conversation about it, you know? Like, and I keep on seeing the space by which you have a conversation and relationality. I keep on hearing, like, in terms of where you want something to go, should not make someone run in the other direction. You know? Yeah, this hits. And if they can only see the imperfections. This is so complicated, what happened to elementary when everyone had, yeah, we were happy, exactly. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like, that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to something right now. You know, and I need to point this out. There is something to be said, right? And I keep on getting, there's something very conscientious. And this is why we have to be, this is why we have to be careful when we're like, not like this, right? Because the modality by which another person is trying to say, I'm not operating in my best, You have to say to them, and the way you can usually tell if somebody's always like this can be like, can you tell me when you felt like you were, right? Like if they cannot determine the fact by which they were navigating a space of going through something energetically ideal, it's never ideal. It's never ideal until we make it real. Yeah. Yeah, we will see. I'm not wrong, and protect my space. Continue to do that work, dear. Yeah, that like like that's the thing about it. And I keep on saying in the space of intention, they have to entrust, they have to, right? They have to understand that your intentions are pure, right? And I keep on seeing if they're not, and I think there's also something about them working to make sure that they're fully letting go of the past, you know, especially, I don't know why, if they're worried about displeasing someone from the past. Like we don't worry about displeasing someone from the past. We I keep on hearing we do the things that we need to do when we've let go of the past. Mickey, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. That is so difficult. Sending you so much support and healing. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I'm glad he's going to therapy to work on that. Well, and it's interesting too, because like, remember when you said that your throat chakra's blocked? Like I keep on seeing like they have a really hard time talking to other people about their vulnerability. And I keep on seeing we don't like relationship, we bring our vulnerabilities to them. We don't hide them in relationship. Yeah, that's me. I've been waiting for a new, oh my goodness, Selena, sending you so much support on that journey as well. I feel like I've been doing that too, but still not going back. I think that's healthy, and healthy convos. Always. You're so welcome, dear. And I want to stress this. I feel like the reason that you're feeling like your throat chakra consistent, like constricting there, is them articulate. I feel like they're working something through therapy by which another person's saying you should have said something to them, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I keep on hearing somebody say, why didn't you tell them that? Why didn't you say that to them? You know, like that's effectively like that. This is, this is where I see them right now. You see a lot of that cave energy, really hard time talking about their feelings. Like feelings are worked out outside of the self. Like we talk to, we don't, I feel like it's somebody helping someone recognize they were keeping you in the dark about something. That's what I keep on getting when you're saying somewhere between moon and temperance, you know, like that. I'm getting through that clearing too. Somebody being like, I should have been clearer. I should have said something to them. Thank you, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Good Vibes. Good Vibes. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody wants to get on the list today, it's an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list right now. You will be the you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. My friends, we are at 49.8K likes. We are so close to getting to 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. In the meantime, Good Vibes, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Good Vibes question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And second call for good vibes. All right, since Good Vibes has not posted yet, we are going to do our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to 50K. So I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 36. First person I see that posts a number will get that free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Oh, Lynn, congratulations. That will be available to you starting tomorrow. Congratulations on that. And we will do that again when we get to 100K likes. So thank you guys so much for participating. Excellent. And I'm still looking for good vibes. Also, Sunshine, did I see you post something about getting on the list today? It was 18. Congratulations, dear. I'm just reading back up. I thought I saw Sunshine post something about getting on the list. Yes. Sunshine. Can you just give me the date? Can you give me the date that you were put on the list here? Yep, I need the date of it. Was it recent? Yes. Hold on, I found it. Yep, I got you. It was on the 27th. Excellent. I'm adding you to the list right now. And we've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed if anybody else would like to claim. Ooh, I know, I remember you mentioning in that channeling. I'm so excited. I love the collage decks. They're so beautiful. It's really exciting. Guys, make sure to give channeling some love to stay up to date on that deck. Excellent. All right. Second call right now. Second call right now. I'm looking for good vibes or if Jen is back. Good vibes or Jen. If good vibes or Jen are not back, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I went back and forth on it because I wasn't sure about copy, but I did know usually it's a good question to ask. Usually if you're changing it enough, it's not going to be an issue, you know, but it's a good thing to investigate. That's really exciting though. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Excellent. All right, second call for Bridget right now. And guys, just a reminder, we are doing here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind body spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list today, just go ahead and let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to it. All right, I'm looking again. Second call right now for Jen. Second call right now for Bridget. Second call right now for good vibes. If Jen, Bridget, or good vibes is not here, the next person that we are reading for today is Sunshine. Sunshine, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. And thank you so much, Hardy P, for those heart puffs. I appreciate you. And while we're waiting for the question to come through, just a reminder to anyone who has become a subscriber today. When we reach the conclusion of our personal readings, we will be doing one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, now's a great time if you want to become eligible for those one card readings. And if you would like to, if you become a subscriber, if you do so today, make sure that you message me directly from this live. When you message me directly from this live, I will send you, and just send me a disco GIF, and I will be happy to send you an invite to the subscriber only disco channel. If you are interested in learning more about our class program, you can go ahead and mention, hold on a minute. If you'd like to learn more about our class, now if you join the disco, you will find there in the perk section a coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program that basically nullifies the amount that you would spend for the subscription here. So you're not going to be double paying for the subscription here as well as the subscription to the class program. But if you would also like a unique coupon code and are not a subscriber, you can message me the word class directly from this live and I will send you that coupon code. Further, if you'd like to get information on the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip and I'll send you that information as well. Excellent. I'm going to take a moment now to read over. We're doing a general right now for Sunshine. I'm going to pin Sunshine up there. Guys, make sure to give Sunshine some love. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for Sunshine. Highest party messages from Spirit. And 1 more, please. What's the decision here? Why are you struggling with this decision? Is what I keep on hearing. Why are you struggling with this decision? I need to work you through something I'm seeing here. The key word is and it's coming through really strongly. You are not like I keep on hearing, take me as I am, like struggling with you between take me as I am versus I would never do that to you. Is all I keep on hearing in relationality to this reading. Take me as I am, would never do that to you, is the decision I see that you're working through. And there's something really important about that because it's saying to me, healthy relationship does not pull on your heartstrings in order to energetically maintain it. Like the modality, and I keep on hearing, the modality by which another person articulates upon doing the best that they can. The question you need to ask is, do they want the same things as you? You should not be in the situation. Do not build a relationship with the hope, is what I keep on hearing. That if somebody has been clear about the fact that they don't want the same thing as you, do not build a relationship going, well, maybe if they get to know me, they'll change their mind. No, maybe they'll change their mind in relationality to a partnership, right? We do not, I keep on hearing, this is not osmosis, is what I keep on, this is not the situation by which, like, I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing things like cute overload. Like, this is not the situation by which you and I keep, and it's funny too, even if you, I keep wondering, even if you are irresistible, is what I keep on getting, because I keep on hearing this is what happens. This is what happens with irresistible energy, right? Irresistible energy often works to the space by which irresistible energy is often a space by which they've never had to encounter another person's boundaries in their entire life. Like the modality by which another person is being like, why are you being so, I keep wondering somebody being like, why are you being so why are you being so difficult? I'm irresistible, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like you are somebody's rude awakening. Is what I keep on, I feel like it's like you kind of working in the context of being another person's rude awakening, which is you being like working to the space of saying, I don't care how irresistible you are. If you don't have the same manifestation goal as I do, you're just a distraction. I keep on hearing this. If someone does not have the same manifestation goal as you, it's just a distraction. And the space by which don't let someone convince you, right? Like don't let someone convince you that you need to be in the modality. You are not another person's, and here's the point, and here's the thing about it too. If someone isn't being clear to you in terms of what their manifestation goal is with you, then they're basically saying to you that you are a distraction, right? Like you are, like it is the space by which if someone cared, they would make it clear. They would state their intentions. If they cared about you, I need you to write this down. If they cared about you, they would state their intentions. If they cared about you, they would state their intentions. And the reason I'm saying this is because I see healthy energy. I see you working through that right now. I see energy around you that's absolutely energetically supportive, and I can still feel, and I feel like you recognize this, right? Like the energy, like, and I keep on getting this, like the energy, like it feels to me like it's like I keep on hearing somebody saying you gave that person their chance, is what I keep on hearing. You gave that person their chance. And I keep on hearing, don't let chance confound reality, which is to say, which is the space by which what does chance always say? Give me another, right? What does chance always say? Give me another. Another what? Because I feel like I just keep on hearing, don't let chance confound a perfectly good connection, which is the modality. And you can usually tell when chance shows up, because chance shows up right as things are starting to pick up with somebody in a positive way. The modality by which you're working through something in a positive way. Don't let somebody be coming back pining upon, like, don't let somebody be coming back pining upon all the things that they wish that they'd had with you, but they didn't. Because it says to me, like, that is when you serve someone a reminder, right? Give them a reminder of what is energetically really happening. Because I feel like there's something really, important about that work. I see you working into the context of navigating from a space of healthy boundary. And something about that, is especially if whoever this is I'm seeing had a tendency of tearing you down, is what I keep on getting. Because and I want to stress this, whatever, there's something else coming through on this too that's really important that I want to stress. And it's really weird. Like, I'm going to say this once. We don't test each other. Don't let somebody articulate that they were traumatizing you to put you through some kind of test. That is trauma. Like that exactly, like the modality by which another person tries to articulate that they were testing you. Healthy energy doesn't test. I want you to write this down. Healthy energy does not test the best thing that's ever happened to them. Healthy energy does not test the best thing that's ever happened to them. Unhealthy energy will try to articulate to you that the reason that they were traumatizing you was a test. Don't fall for it, is what I keep on hearing. Don't fall for someone who is, especially if it's the context by which they say to you, like especially in the context by which they say to you, like I keep on hearing, they don't have foresight in relationality to the future. But don't let somebody hear, like don't, like whatever this is, like whoever this is that I'm picking up into, don't let them try to say that they were effectively like trying to energetically test you. That is and I keep wondering, the space by which another person says that is the trauma. And I know how hard that is, because the modality, and I want to point this out, the modality by which we don't, when we are in a healthy place, testing someone is trying to create trap energy. So I want you to think about that, right? The modality by which another person, like the modality by which another person does anything that they want to do, right? Watch how this goes. The space by which another person does anything that they want to do without any consideration for your feelings. And then in the moment or modality by which you pick up on it, they say, "Oh, I was just trying to test you to see if what you would do," right? Don't let them. Do you see what's happening there? Don't let them try to erase the fact that they were doing something awful by trying to make it a context, like trying to make it the context by which they try to articulate that they were doing it intentional. Don't let somebody try to tell you that they were doing something that was completely serving their needs, something that they were doing without any context, right? Something that they were doing without any consideration for you, and then trying to make it seem like it's all about you, is what I keep on saying. Don't let them, I keep on saying, don't let them, don't let them do it, is what I keep on saying. Bottom of the deck, not for an instant. Yeah, because the question is, right? And that's why I keep on hearing, this is a test meets, I would never do that to you. Healthy energy, right? What does trauma say? That was a test, right? That's all trauma ever says. That was a test. Every time you catch somebody doing something they're not supposed to do, that was a test, right? Watch someone spin the yarn in relationality of taking something that they did without any consideration for you and trying to make it seem like it's all about you, is what I keep on hearing. Pay attention. Pay attention to someone who's doing that work of not thinking about you in the slightest, but then trying to articulate that they're not thinking about you in the slightest for your own benefit. Don't fall for that. Healthy energy would never do that to you, right? Healthy energy is not the space. I keep on hearing, healthy energy does not try to talk around the fact that they shouldn't be doing something in the first place, is what I keep on hearing. Healthy, and especially, and here's the wild part about it, especially if they could have just told you. You know, like I keep wondering, especially if they could have, especially if they could have just told you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots available, so before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person I am still looking for. We've got a couple. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Nancy, for all of those beautiful crowns, dear. I appreciate you. Thank you as well, BB. And thank you for the follow, Jen. Healthy energy does not test the best thing that has ever happened to them. And this is what I like literally, like, whatever that is, you know, because it feels wild. Like, it almost feels like somebody who won't leave you alone, you know, like it's giving me a little like get off me energy. Yeah, Salim, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you as well, dear. Right back at you. You're welcome. Thank you for the compliment, Nancy. I hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, the next person on the list, I've got a few people I'm waiting for right now. I'm still looking to see if Jen's back. If Jen is not back, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. I'm looking for Jen, Bridget, or Good Vibes. Jen, Bridget, or Good Vibes. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? General, Good Vibes, I see you liking the live. So Good Vibes, if you're posting, I can't see the comments coming through. So if you're here, dear, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? Because I see the likes coming through, but I'm not seeing the comment coming through. And in the meantime, if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Smidge, I'm afraid that this is a reading that we're holding for the person who sent the donation for the read. So if you'd like a reading, I'm happy to do one for you. No, it's okay. I appreciate your honesty. So these are the donation-based readings. We are going to get started on 1-card readings for subscribers shortly. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Your super fan status makes you eligible for a free 1 card here. No, Good Vibes. That's totally fine. Okay, perfect. So second call right now for Jen, Bridget, or Good Vibes. If not, we are going to be moving to 1-card readings for subscribers. If you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan, your super fan status makes you eligible for a 1-card reading. And if you are a super fan who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1-card reading, go ahead and make sure that you're recharging your heart me's, and you will also be able to have a 1-card reading on top of your 1-card reading. Also, just a reminder to anyone who has become a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. If you'd like an invite to that, just message me a disco gif from this live, and I'll be happy to send you that invite. In that disco channel, you will find a special coupon code for our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is next Thursday, and your subscription here, the perk that you find in that disco will effectively nullify the amount that you pay for the subscription on this app. So you'll be able to have both the stack subscription and the subscription to the disco, and it won't be at a additional cost. Now, if you would like to have a special coupon code for the class without becoming a super fan, you can also message me directly from here with the word class, and I will send you a smaller coupon code that is only active in this live. And if you would like to learn more about the trip that we have planned this August, message me the word trip. Excellent. I got you guys. No problem. Good Vibes. Ella, 1 card, highest good around responding to them. It feels like here, there, and everywhere with this person. Please hold, guys. We've got another personal coming through. You know, I keep wondering, what do you say to woulda, coulda, shoulda? You say sure, right? Like, I keep wondering, what do you say to woulda, coulda, shoulda? You say sure, which is the modality. I keep wondering, like, what you basically say to someone is like, I'll believe you when something happens. You know, like it feels like it's like, and I keep wondering, don't get upset around something, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Like when you see, like when you see somebody in that modality, like progress is progress, but don't get upset if you don't see progress there. Like don't let, like, you know, I feel like I see somebody with a lot on their plate and saying, like, you know, I feel like you say to somebody, like, I look forward to the day that you prioritize, right? Like, I look forward to the, you're basically saying, like, I look forward to the day that you choose to prioritize me, is what I keep on seeing you having to say to somebody. Yeah, Ava, one card related to them, please. Still thinking about the purpose of the connection. I mean, I feel like it triggered your awakening completely. Like, were they like this is saying to me, like, when we honor each other's feelings, we care about the fact that we have them, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, as long as our feelings have healthy directions connected to them. You know, if you were trying, like, if you were trying to talk to this person about your feelings and they articulated that that was a bridge too far, I feel like the deeper question, like the otter energy, like I keep on hearing, like, and I want to describe, like, it says to me, like, there's a message coming through with that otter energy that says, you know, our intentions are pure. Only, like, any intention is pure so long as we articulate that intention with clarity, right? Like, say it with your chest kind of energy. And I feel like that is, like, I feel like there was something about you and them in relation, like, I keep on hearing someone say, I never said that, and being like, yeah, but this is why we, like, there are situations or circumstances by which we clarify to each other because there are safe assumptions that we often make in the context of relationship, right? We do our work to clear our work with it being intentional. We must be, if we're trying to be intentional, we must be as heavily invested in clearing away assumed, like, misconceptions, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you. And Corinne, thank you for the follow. And Ange, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you as well, Ella. Good vibes. Welcome back, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And also, friends, we're at 65K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. Life path for good vibes. And I'm going to pin up good vibes. You know, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles. Everyone, please hold on your one cards. We've got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed. And before we continue, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the dog energy. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. That dog does not want to stay in the deck today. All right. Can I please get, and I'm going to pin up good vibes here. Guys, make sure to give good vibes some love. And just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list is closed. Oh, really? Ah, that's wonderful. Okay. 3 cards, please. And 1 more. I keep on getting the same message, which is saying your speed is not going to be too fast for someone who wants the same things as you. your speed is not going to be too fast. You have to write this down. Your speed is not going to be too fast for someone that wants the same things as you. You're pragmatic. You got pragmatic energy here. And the thing about it, pragmatic energy is a blessing. Pragmatic energy is like, look how easy it can be when we want the same things, right? And I think that that's really important because I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like I pick up a lot, and I like to point this out. Um, and I want you to understand this. Your speed is not for everybody. That's why it's a blessing. Your speed, I keep wondering, your speed is not for somebody with a big ego. Because I feel like there's something about that. Like, and I keep wondering, follow my lead, hate speed, is all I keep on hearing. Follow my lead, hate speed. Because the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, the modality by which we move towards things is energetically logical. Like whatever this, I don't know why I keep hearing this follow my lead energy around something, because it says to me the like, and it's interesting too, because it almost feels like it. I need to break this down for you because it feels like there's two different things that are happening for you right now in the personal and the professional space. So we're gonna walk through this. Now, in the personal space, okay? And that's why I keep on hearing, and that's why I kept on hearing follow my lead, hate speed. Because if that's happening in the professional space, then it's potentially having to work towards helping another person understand something that you know intuitively, is what I keep on seeing. The ability of effectively, and I keep on, I don't know where your Gemini placements are, because a lot of this energy I usually pick up when someone's got a lot of Gemini placements, but the ability to effectively help another person understand your methodology is a gift, particularly and especially if you feel like you're moving so fast that it seems like it's hard for others to keep up, right? The ability to, you have to think about that as being an educational moment, right? Not feeling frustrated if others can't, I keep wondering, not feeling frustrated if others can't keep pace with you, but potentially, I keep wondering, breaking something out, literally breaking something out and making its own thing to help them understand what your headspace is about, is what I keep on saying, right? There's something to be said about helping, introducing another person to your headspace, is what I keep on getting. And I think that that's hard because I feel like it's you being able to talk more towards yourself, which I don't see something that you're really eager or inclined to do. But I know that's usually a sign that it's a good time to do so, because you're not doing it for selfish purposes. You're doing it for another person to understand how you effectively see something, is what I keep on getting. And and that's what I keep on hearing with like, and that's what was coming through. It's interesting about me hearing like follow my lead, hate speed in that modality, because it's the understanding. I keep wondering, in the professional space, it's okay to slow something down to make sure that somebody else is keeping up, is what I keep on hearing. So make sure that you're doing that, but not, and this is what I keep on getting, not in the personal space, right? In the personal space, I keep on hearing, and I think that this is important. In the personal space, when you're energetically when another person identifies that they want the same thing as you, then I keep on hearing the right counterpart will see that speed as a blessing, right? Like it's the modality or experience by which another person will articulate that is their favorite part of you. That the modality by which you don't just go after something, but you race towards it, right? Like and I keep on hearing as long as you're being energetically considerate, right? And I think that that's interesting because I feel like this is coming up around you right now in relationality to the way that you go after things is what I keep on seeing. And there's something important too that I'm identifying there. In terms of being direct is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on just hearing the same message. Remember, for some energy, it's very hard to be direct. I know it's not hard for you, is what I keep on hearing. I know it's not hard for you to be direct. But for others, like the ability to, like the ability for another person to kind of sort through their emotions. Like I almost see you in that space of being like I feel like I keep on getting this like energy around you of you trying to say to somebody like say it, just say it already. But the thing you have to recognize is some energy can't speak towards what they want, particularly and especially because doing so has hurt them in the past, is what I keep on seeing. You know, and I want you to understand that because I almost see a situation by which another person is kind of working on healing like with you. And I see you like almost having that excitement in relationality to building forth. But I keep on seeing like if energy has been hurt, and I keep on hearing like the hard part about this is if someone's been hurt before and I want to say you can usually tell this type of energy being like, I'm okay with anything. Like just tell me anything, and then them immediately saying that, and then experiencing like someone being like, thank you. You know what I mean? Like that type of energy, like somebody working through the modality of lulling a false sense of security into someone, and then like saying like you can say anything, and then they went and said something, and someone being like that is the shape of some energy's healing journey, right? Not the modality by which they're working. And I don't think that that's the space by which you've done that to somebody, but the space by which you understand that is what you're helping another person heal, right? The modality of another person that articulated their like I keep on hearing like their shared eagerness, but then that was immediately not in a space of shared eagerness, but somebody who was just encouraging someone to reveal something. Like that is the shape of another person's trauma. Sometimes it takes energy. Sometimes it takes energy a while to clear that because the modality by which you have to say and I keep on hearing baby steps, right? Every time that you build trust with another person, every time you show them that them being open is not the space by which you're going to hurt them with it, but the space by which you're going to hold that with a point of preciousness, it takes time, is what I keep on seeing. So don't get, like, I keep wondering, don't get frustrated if there's something that I'm seeing in relationality to another person articulating their energetic eagerness, but holding into, I keep wondering the difference between, I keep hearing, the difference between eagerness and a reservation is often the eagerness that one articulates that says, I'm going to say I want something, but I don't actually want it. Versus the energy that says, I want that, but I'm scared because the past has hurt me for wanting things, is often articulated in the space by which you say, like, let's work to heal that trust issue. Like, let's work to heal that so that it becomes energetically real. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Yeah, especially with the Knight of Pentacles, you know? I feel like I see you healing in some big way with energy that understands that our vulnerability is a gift, and the space by which, and I keep on hearing vulnerability is met with vulnerability, right? Like typically the space by which you recognize that someone is authentic in their vulnerability is when they meet your vulnerability with theirs. And I keep on hearing not having not having some kind of one-sided vulnerability situation by which another person articulates vulnerability towards you but then doesn't give you any. Like I keep on hearing and I keep on hearing we don't force vulnerability from each other, because we don't force vulnerability from each other because vulnerability is something that cannot be forced. It takes work, right? There's nothing more ridiculous than someone who tries to articulate the reason that they're leaving or is because we're not vulnerable enough. That's often the energy that is literally dictating the reason why we're not vulnerable. And often the energy that's demanding vulnerability never finds it because it's an understanding or the modality of understanding that they're not being considerate in terms of looking at others in the space of being empathic or energetically caring, but seeing others as a means to an end, right? It's not polite to insist. It's not polite to insist. And don't let somebody's pushiness to be nice to you be confused as anything other than rude, because the modality by which another person honors your wishes articulates fully how much they care about you. Don't let somebody be in that modality by which you've said to them clearly how you feel about something, and then they're back again and again and again to ask if something's changed. That is also bullying, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the modality by which we don't say, like, if anything changes, let me know, is how we respect each other. Not, I just wanted to check. Be like, there's no checking, right? It's like, it says to me, it's like you having to say, like recognize the difference between someone that honors your wishes versus someone who's constantly, it says to me, like the creepy energy of someone who's still constantly saying, I respect your wishes, but I just wanted to check to make sure that that was still your wish. We don't do that, is what I keep on hearing. That's creepy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those it's very common for those who need these readings to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today by my tree that has links in it in my bio. And Ricky, thank you for the follow. And reading over the comments, dear. Your speed isn't going to be too fast for someone that wants the same thing as you. Clocked. Yeah, kind of going that direction. Thank you, Moons. Back. Welcome, Bridget. It's okay, dear. I just had a discussion with an employee on working to complete more tasks, so to pick up the pace. Thank you for confirming. Yes, that used to be me, but now I have no problem speaking up. No, I'm very direct and address things head on. And yes, that energy you're really trying to talk things through as they come up. And yes, you're spot on. Ricky, thank you for the follow. Yes, being vulnerable is a gift, never forced in the spaces you feel safe. Wow, you're so welcome, dear. I'm so glad those messages connected and sending you support on that journey. Thank you for the heart me's, Cool Beans. Good to see you today. You're welcome, dear. And thank you for reposting, Cool Beans. All right. As I mentioned, friends, we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed today. Next person on the list, thank you, Jewel, for the follow, is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. On the disco. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant to our read that you would like to include, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Is this inside T or outside T, dear? I got it, outside T. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I don't know if there's a lizard, but hey, I like that cool beans. All right, and guys, we're at 72.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting another reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm going to pin up. I know, the dog all over today. Just dog, dog, dog. All right. The other day, what was it the other day? It was a cow. I love the cow day. The cow day was hilarious. All right, outside T. I'm navigating an internal conflict that feels energetic rather than physical. As you know, I carry a deep soul memory of being a healer, someone who worked with the body, the earth, and natural intelligence rather than altering the body through external means. Because of that, I'm feeling resistant to allowing something foreign to change my internal rhythm, even temporarily. I'm trying to understand whether this hesitation is coming from unresolved past life identity and instincts, or whether my intuition is genuinely signaling that there is a different path for me, one more aligned with my natural energetic design. I'm not looking for confirmation or rejection of any choice or any clarity on whether this resistance is fear, memory, or wisdom. All right, 4 cards. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm laughing because I'm doing this and they're articulating in the past life, this used to be your thing, is what I keep on seeing. Like like I can see a lot of the past connection coming through in this reading. And the thing is, I can literally see, and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing there was something that you used to do that was vibrational. Is what I keep on getting. Heavy vibration is what I'm seeing in relationality to something. And so the space by which I see you navigating, something by which you were doing something that had a lot of energetic vibration connected to it. I can see you working through something by which like I can almost see you working through something to an extent by which you're worrying. I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody say, we don't know why it works, we just know that it works. That's what I feel like is causing some kind of concern for you, is what I keep on getting. That type of energy is what I keep on getting. I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody say, we don't know why it works, we just know that it works. We don't know why it works. We just know that it works. I keep on hearing you be like, I feel like you're seeing somebody being like, that doesn't make me feel energetically. Like, I feel like that is the type of energy that I see you navigating. And I think that it has a lot to do with the fact that everything I keep on seeing in relationality to the journey, and this is why I keep on hearing like the past life saying that this was their wheelhouse, right? Like I keep on hearing like there was something about the healing of that past life energy by which their entire job was noticing whether the vibes were on or off, is what I keep on getting. Like if the vibes were on and off. And so, but there's something really important that I feel like I see you working through. And and again, I'm talking from a purely energetic point of view. Um, and this is the message. This is the message that is most important in relationality to something that I see that you're doing. If it's creating a heightened state of anxiety in you as you're doing it, the vibes are already off within you, is what I keep on hearing. Like that is the message that I keep on getting, which is if it is increasing your energetic stress, if it is even now making you into the space by which you feel energetically stressed, then it doesn't matter if it's having a positive impact because it's not having a positive impact on you, which is like it's almost in the space by which you're navigating the discordance that it creates in you as you move closer towards it. The question isn't, it's saying to me, make sure, right? Like, I think that there's something really important to identify about that in relationality to answering the source of the anxiety with and I keep on hearing the way that we navigate through anxiety isn't the space by which we say just ignore the anxiety, but moving through, like letting the anxiety do what the anxiety does, which is to say looking at all the different factors, looking at all of the different like energetic alternatives, like beyond the one that creates the most anxiety in you, right? Because even the space, like what are you effectively hearing that's happening in the fact that like you're navigating someone and you're feeling that anxiety, like that's your body saying not that one, right? Like that is effectively you doing the work of energetically stating or saying not that one is the modality by which you're effectively able to articulate or define something there that effectively helps you feel like, and that I keep on hearing, like the modality by which I keep on hearing you go through all of the energetic connections. You're able to effectively facilitate upon all of those determination factors before coming towards the one that feels energetically best for the self. So I keep on hearing answer the call, right? Like answer the call that the anxiety is bringing forth, doing the energetic exploration, right? Like going through, like going like 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 going through the modality by which you look at something and go, okay, I wasn't necessarily energetically comfortable with this, but I've gone through all of the things that I can look at, and this is clearly the direction that I need to move in, versus saying like, well, can we try this instead? Can we try this instead? Right? The space by which you effectively like look towards what feels comfortable before moving towards the thing that's creating the anxiety in you, right? That is, I keep wondering, that allows the modality by which you're allowing the intuition to do what the intuition wants to do, which is the modality by which you're working through the experience of navigating something and also recognizing what you're working on changing, but feeling like what you're trying to do is create the reassurance within yourself, right? So that you'll be in the right energetic state when you approach what might feel like it's creating that sense of anxiety towards you right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on hearing research never hurt anything. You know, I don't know why I keep on hearing the same message on this. Research never hurt anything, which is the modality by which we articulate. Like I keep on hearing like the modality by which we articulate like our research, right? The space by which we like, the space by which I keep on hearing the space by which we articulate to another is often, and that's what I kept on getting with some kind of modality of someone saying we don't know why it works, we know that it works. Like that type of energy is what I feel like you're working to relieve. So the modality by which you say, well, I understand how it works now a little bit better, and now I feel energetically comfortable about it. So I feel like you're working to heal that within you, but also potentially trying to identify if that's the source of that is coming from within you or around you. And I keep on hearing the best way to effectively identify that is by doing energetic research upon something, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, and I keep on hearing healthy energy does not mind. And I don't know why this is coming through, but they're saying healthy energy doesn't mind you doing your research, is what I keep on getting. Healthy energy would never be like, will never take it personally if you're doing your energetic research about something. So there's something about that as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And as I mentioned, 3 spots left today. We're also at 75.2K likes. When we get to 100K, we'll be gifting the reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Robert, I'm afraid I don't know what those statements, those words are that you're posting. So we have kind of a rule about non sequiturs here. So if you're going to be posting in the chat, please make sure that they're intelligible statements. Thank you for honoring the chat space. And thank you as well. Yeah. I was trying to determine if it was just fear. I know my body very well. I might have to move this into personal. That's fine, dear. I understand. And good vibes. Thank you as well. I relate to this about medication. Again, this was not a medical read in any way, shape, or form. Completely energetic. But thank you for also connecting to this message. Good. Yeah, the question. Thank you. I had to determine. Yeah, trying to energetically feel into this situation. I know what my intuition is telling me, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't just fear. Also trying to advocate for myself in a place where I feel like I'm being brushed aside. That is concerning. You remember what I said? That is the concerning space. You should never be in a modality by which you're doing something by which another person, like the space by which another person brushes aside your fears brusquely. That is disturbing, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. You see, that's what I was seeing too. Like that is the concern, because that is what I keep on seeing is triggering you potentially, and that's also triggering the past life of a healer, because I see modalities by which you worked very carefully to help somebody energetically recognize or understand the context of something that you are doing is what I keep on getting. Like that is, I keep hearing that is the disconcerting thing. Okay. You're so welcome, dear. Oh, you're so welcome, Quiet. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you want, dear. Okay, so we don't do medical readings here, Shelby. We can do pet readings. So if you'd like to get on the list for a pet reading, I'm happy to read for you. We've got 3 spots available before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps. As I mentioned, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 76.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. And the next person we are reading for today is Nancy. Nancy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Yep, that's you, Nancy. Were you the one that sent the donation? Just confirming. Excellent. Thank you, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. And while we wait for Nancy's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And Shelby, if you go to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, you can find all the ways to donate. I'm also posting it here in the comments. Excellent. Specific. Oh gosh, okay. I like your phrasing there, Nancy. I'm going to pin up Nancy here, guys. All right, we got karmic distress over a man-child in my life. Sending you support on that journey, dear. And guys, make sure to give Nancy some love. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Nancy? Oh my goodness. I can see it. You know, it's like, I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone in understanding that healthy relationship is not about I can do it myself. It's, you got to write this down in big, 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 big letters. It's nice to be needed. It's nice to be needed. It's nice to be treated. It's nice to be needed. It's nice to be treated. It's not the modality. It's not a question about whether we can do something ourselves. It's the question that more hands make the work easier. And when we care about each other, right, we help each other. It's nice to be needed, and it's nice to be treated. And I think that this is really hard because I see somebody that does not like to ask for help around things. You know, I feel like they're dealing like, and I want to point out like, and I want to stress this because this can be really difficult. Typically, when somebody is hyper independent, it demonstrates a it demonstrates an intimacy wound in relationality to negligence. Because the modality by which another person says, I'm really proud, like I hear somebody saying, I'm really proud that I was in a space by which I learned to do something all on my own, right? It's like, yeah, it's I keep on hearing want to, not have to, right? The space by which we should carry pride, right? The space by which we should carry pride about the fact that we can do something, that we've always done something on our own, should be somebody who wanted to teach us that we could versus someone forcing us to. Because like I almost see somebody who has to hold it to a point of pride, because if not, they look back and go, if not, then what was all of that? Right? I almost feel like you have to say to someone, you're choosing to carry that. You know? You're choosing to carry that as pride, because if not, what was all of that? This is often what happens with the neglected inner child, right? Creating a hyper independent state of being in like extremely proud that protects, because the modality by which you say, look how strong I am, I don't need to depend on anybody, being like we're supposed to depend on each other. You shouldn't, it should be something that you can do, but you shouldn't feel like you have to do. So I feel like this is hard because I see somebody who's not used to asking for things. I keep on hearing somebody saying, I don't want to be a burden, and being like, there's no burden in love. In love, it's not about being a burden. It's a blessing to be able to do things for each other, right? It's nice to be needed. It's nice to be treated. And so one of the things I think could help with this, often when I see energy like this, you need to start asking them to help you with things, right? And then you can say, can I return the favor? Because, and the thing about it is like, and I can see it even here, like I literally like, this is, I see somebody that is energetically struggling, you know? Like I see somebody that is energetically struggling through something, and something in the modality by which they're energetically struggling. Like, and I think that this is like, whatever this argument was, like, this is ridiculous, you know? Like, I literally see it, and I got to point this out. This is why we have to be receptive to feedback. Because I keep on hearing, we can give each other advice. When we care about each other, we give each other advice. We don't look at all advice as criticism, is what I keep on hearing. You should not have to be in a relationship that requires you to hold your tongue. And I keep on hearing, if there was something about you, I keep on hearing, if you said something to someone that's harmless, you know, if they were, and I need to point this out, if you articulated to someone, if they were saying something to you, it sounds to me like I'm seeing a situation where someone was talking to another person, complain, and then someone gives them some positive feedback in relationality to something they could do to resolve that complaint, and then they bit another person's head off about it. This is what we do for each other. When we see each other in a modality of pain, We don't come to each other and gripe 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 and not expect another person to give us advice. You cannot be in the space by which you ask others to hold your gripe for you, and then be upset when another person gives you tangible ways to get rid of the gripe, and then you get mad at them for not letting you gripe more. So I think that there's something about that you need to articulate to someone in relationality to the fact that, like I keep on hearing, you're not gripe territory, right? I literally see a situation. You are a problem solver. And when somebody comes towards a problem solver and gripes and gripes and gripes, it is within the context of the problem solver to want to offer an energetic solution. And it should not be in the space by which another person reads malintention in the space of trying to help someone through some kind of energetic pain that they're carrying. Because I keep on seeing that's not a place by which you can thrive. And I'll tell you right now, some energy, right? And this is sometimes something that we need to help with. If you're very pragmatic and someone's calling you to gripe saying, I want to be clear before we finish this conversation, what are you looking for right now? The way you can survive this next time this happens is when they're in that modality, say, what are you looking for right now? Are you looking for someone to gripe to, or are you looking for a solution? Are you open to a suggestion, or are you just here for my ear? Are you open to a suggestion, or are you just here for my ear? That is what you have to say. Bottom of the deck. You can't have it both ways. You cannot, the sound, I need to show you, the sound of a fragile ego, right? The sound of a fragile ego is someone who gripes and gripes and gripes and gripes and gripes. And then in the modality by which you try to give them a gift, you try to give them something to help them feel better, they then bite at you, right? You can't, like, that is irritable energy, right? That is someone that is literally energy that's going, I'm irritable, I'm irritable, I'm irritable, I'm irritable. Well, here's something that could alleviate the irritability. How dare you, right? That's literally insane. Like, that's literally, like, that is the sound of someone's, like, that is the sound of another person working through all of their insecurities out on those around the self. Because I keep on hearing, we don't create the space by which you say, I just, like, and even, and I want to point this out, when we're in a healthy space and we just need a vent, we can articulate that. We can say, listen, can I just borrow you for a minute? Can I just let something out? I'm not looking for advice, right? I'm not looking for advice. I just need to vent, right? So I keep on seeing like what you've learned from another person is anytime they reach out to you, you have to say, what are you looking for? What are you energetically looking for? And again, if they say, well, I just want to talk, be like, well, it doesn't seem like you want, like, complaining is not talking, right? The modality by which another person calls, right? The modality by which another person calls to energetically complain about something, right, is the space by which you say, what are you looking for, right? Because you're basically, because you have to say, like, listen, you have to help someone understand, say, when you complain, all I hear is I am in pain. That's the conversation you have to say to somebody. When you call to complain, all I hear is I am in pain. And you want to move into caretaker mode, which says you want to do something to help alleviate their pain. So the modality by which you say, what are you looking for, is the modality by which you say, I can't hold this for you, right? Because if you're somebody if you're super empathic, right? This is an empath problem. Empaths cannot be another person's gripe machine, because the modality by which an empath is energetically connecting to someone and all they're doing is talking about the fact that they're in pain. The empath wants to energetically alleviate the pain. So the modality by which you say, you have to understand that you can say, this is a solution zone. If you come to me with a problem, I'm going to bring a solution to it. Or the space by which you say, I cannot bear, right? You can always say to somebody, I cannot bear to hear you complain without doing something about it. Because when you complain, all you hear is, I am in pain. I am in pain, and you saying to them, I want to alleviate the pain. So you being able to say, I need you to recognize that when you do so, you're not trying to hurt somebody in the space by which you're telling them that they're doing it wrong. You have to make it clear to them that you're doing everything in your power to alleviate the pain that they're clearly articulating to you in the space by which they're calling you to complain about something. So, and I think that if they can't understand that, if they can't get that, that might not be that person. That might not be the right person for you, is what I keep on seeing. Right? That might not be the right person for you if they're not in a space by which they can't understand what that makes you feel. Right? So make sure that you're having those. I feel like I got two parts here. Make sure that you're saying to somebody, what are you looking for if they call you and they have that tendency, but also helping them understand your perspective in relationality to what you're trying to do in the context of them reaching out to you in that fashion. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards, I keep on hearing empath problems. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Facepalm, how you doing, Nancy? There's a big one from his past that has, yeah, from them in therapy. Mona, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, break of trust that spiraled, and they're not a burden, but this is what I think that's what you have to energetically communicate to someone, right? Helping them recognize how you're trying to help. Thank you, Nancy. And Brown, thank you for the follow. I'm about solutions. Yeah, and then they stopped talking to me. I've never been there. Then they stopped talking to me about I've been there. Sending you support, Nikki. Yes. I like the noise. Whatever it is. Oh, thank you, Shelby. I started doing that. It's very helpful. They need a psychic enema. I like that, a psychic enema. That's great. Yeah, take on the gripe. It's about, yeah, exactly. I hope that helps, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is now open. I'm still looking for Jen. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a perfect time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah, I can see you. I can see you being in a little bit of that like snap out of it energy, right? Like having to say to somebody like, come on, get out of your headspace about it. I hope that helps, dear. All right, we are going to move into 1 card readings for subscribers right now. So if you are a subscriber who has not had a card pulled, you can put your question in the comments. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. I got you good. 1 card in connection with them, please. They've never met anyone like you before. Just completely, like literally, I can see you, like they're like, where'd you come from? Is what I keep on. But I think that because you got good judgment is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like I feel like and here's the thing about it, like it almost feels to me like this is how someone potentially loses the best thing in their life, because the space by which you honor another person's wishes, right? Like you're not hyperbolic. If somebody says something to you, you're like, okay, right? You might be the healthiest person they've ever met, right? Hyperbole free zone when you come into the healing journey, because that's the sound of someone respecting your wishes, right? We say what we mean and we mean what we say, animal spirit guide, and we don't say things to get our way, dog energy, right? Like, that card does not want to stay in the deck today. It's absolutely hilarious. We had the cow doing that the other day. Thank you so much, dear. All right, my friends, final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled. The list is also open. If you would like to get on the list for a reading right now, it's a perfect time to get on the list. Bridget, one card on counterpart, please. It's funny too, because like I immediately pulled this card and I started hearing sail away, you know? Like this is them honoring their decision. I feel like they're coming out, like I feel like they're coming out of a funk. Um, and I feel like it's almost like I almost feel like they're also having a conversation with someone, getting them in a better headspace about something. Yeah, you know, what a difference a conversation makes. You know, I almost feel like somebody working through their anxieties in relationality to how others perceive them, and animal spirit. Like this, like, and I want to point, and I want to stress this, but this is the conversation someone's having, which is, you know, I feel like it has to do with integrity. But that's the thing, like you have to understand, like that energy has to do with integrity, which is the modality by which another person articulates and says, like, your integrity is intact. You know, like sometimes the right thing is the hardest thing to do. And I feel like there's something about them like working through that, and another person being like, don't like, you know, like it's almost like them being reassured by others, saying that they recognize how hard or how difficult energetic decision was for someone. You're welcome, dear. I know. It's just, but I feel like it's interesting because I almost feel like somebody being reassured that a decision that they made isn't changing a relationship is what I keep on seeing. You know, like that's the type of conversation they're having with someone, which it feels like it's giving them like a confidence boost in relationality to doing something. Thank you, dear. I know so many today. How are you doing today, Trishinia? I hope you're doing well. Final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had a one card pulled today. Also, if you would like to get on the list today for a full reading, it is the perfect time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. I did not see yours, Nikki. Let me just go back. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on a minute. I see Trishinia's too. Hold on a minute. I got Nikki's here. Hold on a moment. Highest priority for Nikki, please. I feel like I see you navigating a situation of intentionally, like no hard feelings is what I keep on seeing. But when I see no hard feelings is the modality of recognizing another person trying to make you have hard feelings about something is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like look, like I keep on hearing no hard feelings, especially when someone feels like they're intentionally trying to create them. Is what I keep on hearing. Like no hard feelings, especially in the modality of watching another. Like there's nothing wilder than watching some, like when you like there's nothing wilder than watching another person intentionally try to create hard feelings. You know, like that is like that's the type of thing I'm seeing here. Yeah, like you can't unsee it. You know, like the modality by like the mode, and it's interesting too because like you know, like the modality by which you recognize and identify, like working towards what feels energetically positive, right? Like I keep wondering, like when you like often when you see something, I keep wondering, even in this a blessing, because when you see another person intentionally trying to create hard feelings, like it helps you understand like the full intention of what it is that you're trying to work through is what I keep on getting. You're welcome, dear. And hold on a minute. Going back for Trishinia, one card highest priority, please. Ace of Cups. Everything you can do is everything you can do. Just put your force and intention towards something and hope towards the best. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, your best is always good enough for those that are energetically invested in seeing it, right? Pay attention, pay attention. What you need to pay attention to is energy that feels like nothing you do is ever enough, right? That is the shape of what you're healing from. Yeah, good energy recognizes good energy, right? Good energy does not require us to bend over backwards. Good energy is the observation that a little bit goes a long way, right? I keep on hearing the only person you're competing with is the person that you were yesterday. The only person you're competing with is the person that you were yesterday. You're welcome, dear. Hi there, Frank. How are you doing today? Hi from Texas. Oh, are you not feeling well, Nikki? I hope you feel better, dear. Word. All right, my friends. Final call. I got you, Chrissy. One card regarding the connection. 2 cards coming out. I feel like I see someone trying to make better choices as it relates to building healthy connection, right? Like somebody trying to get out. I keep on hearing like somebody trying to get out of likability mode, but working more on like identifying or articulating on energy that cares about them is what I keep on hearing. Like, and I feel like it's, and I don't know why, but it's like I'm getting some kind of vibration. Like it almost feels like somebody who's returning back to a conversation that you had with them about something, you know? Like I almost see somebody who's like they're reprocessing a conversation in the context of potentially recognizing the fact that you were trying to say something to them to help them on something. Animal spirit card, please. Yeah, the frog energy, right? Like the modality, or like I keep on like healthy energy can navigate a reasonable question. Like somebody saying like, why would they say that? Right? Like the modality, like I keep wondering like, why would they say that? Like almost them recognizing them not saying, well, why would they say that in a way where they were being like, I feel like you said to them, why would they say that? And they thought that you were being like facetious, but instead understanding that you were trying to help them recognize the modality by which another person might not have had their best intentions in the space by which they were saying something to them is what I keep on seeing. 1 card, Natalie. These are 1 card readings for super fans, dear. So if you would like a card pulled, you just need to become a super fan. Your super fan status will make you eligible for 1 card. Estevan, I got you, dear. Good to see you today. 1 card on love, please, for Estevan. 1 card on love. I don't know why I keep on hearing something about location not being an object for the right connection. I feel like there's something, like I see some kind of circumstance or situation. Like it's funny because I'm hearing location's no object, right? Like a true connection, like the right amount of like distance. Like I keep hearing somebody say like, what is distance? You know? And I think that this is really important because I feel like I keep on feeling like you're healing from some kind of connection of the most minor of inconveniences, you know? Like when we aren't in the right connection, another person will articulate that the most minor of inconveniences is the biggest energetic hurdle. I feel like I keep on hearing prepare to be surprised. Yeah, prepare to be surprised by energy that's willing to go the distance, right? The modality by which another person like doesn't put, I keep wondering, the modality by which another person does not put import on immaterial things is what I keep on hearing. Everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. You're so welcome. No problem, Natalie. If you'd like to become a super fan, all you need to do is hit that super fan at the bottom of the screen and you'll be eligible for that 1 card. Absolutely. All right, final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled or anyone who would like a full reading today. Also, we're at 79.6K likes. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Esteban. We're also at 79.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Just a reminder to anyone who has become a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to, if you would just became a subscriber today, make sure that you're sending me a direct message from this live. If you send me a direct message from this live with a disco gift, I will send you an invite to our subscriber only disco channel. There you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount on our tarot class subscription program. The next class is next week. It will be on Thursday, January 15th, and we will be studying the final card in the Major Arcana, the World card. Now, if you are a subscriber and you get that perk, it will effectively nullify the amount that you pay, so you won't have to pay for 2 different subscriptions. But if you are not a subscriber who would like a coupon code as well, I have a special coupon code that's only available in this live. So message me the word directly from this live from the word class, and I will send it to you. If you'd also like to find out more about that special tarot retreat that we'll be doing in Italy in August, message me the word retreat, and I will send that to you as well. I also want to take you guys, you're so welcome. Lakeisha, hold on a minute. Lakeitha, apologize for the mispronunciation. The last 5 readers have said similar things with different reads. I'm going to sit and listen in. Oh, thank you, dear. Well, we are open right now for personal readings. We're going to be signing off shortly, unless there's anyone else who would like a personal read, or if there's any other subscribers who would like a 1-card reading. But I will be back on tomorrow. And thank you for those gifts, Michelle. I appreciate you. And thank you as well, Nina. I will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, which is 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. We will be back on. We will be offering the free collective reading with personal readings to follow. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so as well, and you will be the first person on that list for a reading. You will also have an additional card in your reading. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these readings. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.